celeb stories. We're going to start with this. Ariana DeBose's rap highlighting women who were nominated at the BAFTAs on Sunday, the British Oscars, as they're called, quickly became the talk of the town. In her opening number, the West Side Story actress named Dolly DeLeon, Carey Mulligan, and Michelle Yeoh, among others, as the camera panned to their lackluster responses. The lines getting the most attention from the song are Angela Bassett, Did the Thing, Viola Davis, My Woman King, Kate Blanchett, You're a Genius, Jamie Lee, You Are All of Us. And it's a little bit embarrassing how she acted it out. It's a little stiff, and so therefore people are kind of having some fun with it. I know.
She's so good.
It's a little cringy. But
the I Want to Be in America sequence from West Side Story, and she is driving the whole thing, is so phenomenal.
She's great.
Yeah.
But people can't get enough of the clip. And in fact, somebody tweeted out, Ariana DeBose, you're an Oscar winner. You don't have to do this, I promise. Another one said, I love Ariana.
Stop it.
But this made me cringe out of my skin. Following the overwhelming response to her performance, DeBose left Twitter. And one of the show's producers called the criticism she received incredibly unfair. However, DeBose also seemed to have some fun with it. And she commented on a collection of memes shared by writer Evan Ross Katz on Instagram on Monday, writing, honestly, I love this. So it's a little cringeworthy. Speaking of cringeworthy, it's been almost a year since Will Smith slapped Chris Rock at the Academy Awards, and he is still reflecting on the turn of events. On Monday, Smith shared a TikTok video of himself set alongside another video by this TikTok user that suggested a way of making life interesting and fun. The TikTok user said, it sounds insane, but it will change your life. She said, did you know that you can pick up any object, look at it, and ask it what it thinks of you? And she says, so for example, you can pick up a pen and ask it how it sees you or what it thinks of you, and you will get an answer in your mind from your intuition. And at that point, Smith looks pensive for a moment, and then he lifts up his Oscar that he won for the Best Actor last year and is kind of doing that with that. But it's his first time, I think, that he's referenced sort of.
He has given his quasi-apology. It has not been accepted by Chris Rock. Chris Rock is saving his response for his live Netflix special. But I wonder how within the industry, how they view him, because he's had a couple of, was it Emancipated? Was that the last movie? Emancipation? Yeah, Emancipation didn't do that well. Mm-hmm. It was passed over for any Oscar consideration, so those are usually home run movies for that. So we'll see how time treats Will Smith.
Yep, absolutely. It's still out there. All right, Liam Neeson was not thrilled.
Full-blown AIDS.
Was not thrilled with his time on The View last week.
No?
Yeah, the Taken actor told Rolling Stone that the segment made him uncomfortable as the show's co-host repeatedly joked about Joy Behar's crush on him. One of the panelists said, Joy wants to get taken by you. And producers even shared a montage of all the times that Behar talked about her crush on the show. And in these clips, she says things like, I would just like to have my ashes sprinkled over Liam Neeson.
Yeah, I was watching as it happened live, and he looked incredibly uncomfortable.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I guess they didn't tell him ahead of time they were doing this?
I'd rather make love to a sock filled with crap.
Oh, that's terrible.
Wow. I'd rather take my unit and plunge it into a wool sock stuffed with cat crap.
In response to all of this, Neeson told Rolling Stone, he said, I was in the dressing room drinking a cup of tea, turned up the TV, and I thought, oh, this will be great. They're talking about gun violence in America. I agree it's an American problem. So I go on stage, and I join the ladies during the break, and I was congratulating them on this discussion. And then our segment starts, and it's just all this BS with Joy and Liam Neeson and having a crush. And I've known Whoopi for years, and Joy a little bit, but I just wasn't impressed, he said. I'm uncomfortable in those situations, you know?
I would rather slowly put my staff into a wood chipper than have sex with you.
The Love Actually star added that he had a good, intelligent conversation with Sonny Hostin following the segment. He said, but then the segment's all about this 13, 14-year-old crush, It's just a bit embarrassing, he
Wow.
said.
Oh,
so
that sucks.
he was not digging it.
Line up, though. Come on.
And I agree because I listen. I'm no Joy Behar fan, but I mean, it was genuine. She just had a little crush, and so he could have gone on his merry way, and But it is what it is. That's Liam Neeson. He's got full.
Well, he feels uncomfortable in that situation.
Is Joy is she on every day with him?
Yeah.
I didn't realize she was still on.
She was going to
regularly.
leave like 20. Well, it seemed like 20 years ago. She has this, and you can't. I mean, for her age, she looks pretty damn good. But she's got this cosmetics line that apparently is doing well for her, and she was going to leave and promote that.
Okay. Well, apparently Liam didn't like all the
You look like a smashed ass.
attention.
Oh.
I have an inverted boner now. It's actually sticking out my butt.
You've got it.
You've reversed my boner out my anus. I'm so uncomfortable.
That must be very uncomfortable. I mean, that's
It looks so weird.
you're sitting on
I have a butt boner. It's very painful.
an inverted boner.
What?
Wow. Okay. I have some local entertainment news. The Philadelphia Music Alliance Walk of Fame will honor 7 new inductees this year. Of course, Pierre Robert is part of that collective. He was nominated and inducted a few years ago. And they also present a special recognition award to the Mighty Three architects behind the sound of Philadelphia. So the honorees announced on Tuesday include Leslie Odom Jr., the East Oak Lane native who gained fame in Lin-Manuel Miranda's Hamilton.
Very cool.
The Philly Sound Trio of Kenny Gamble, Leon Huff, and the late Tom Bell, who died in December. Now, the songwriter, producers, and music executives were previously inducted into the Walk of Fame as individuals. That was in 1993. But this time they'll receive recognition as the embodiment of the sound of Philadelphia. Also will be James DePriest, the Philly native and world-renowned conductor who died in 2013. The Bacon Brothers, Kevin and Michael.
That's
will
really
be-
cool.
Yep. The Times, which is the vocal group that scored a #1 hit with So Much in Love in 1963. Ed Rendell will be honored for his role in creating the Avenue of the Arts while mayor of Philadelphia.
That he did.
And also from the world of radio, WDAS's Patty Jackson
Yeah.
and John DeBella.
He deserves it, man.
Isn't that great?
Both of them. Patty's great, and he's great.
So they are going to be memorialized into the Walk of Fame, which is pretty.
Where is
that's
that
a
on
pretty
DeBella
awesome,
to Broad Street? Or?
It's on DeBella to Broad Street.
Yes, it's pretty awesome honor.
By DeBank.
The Philadelphia Music Alliance Walk of Fame.
I think it's April 20th that it happens because I got an email from one of the publicists for the Bacon Brothers, and she said that they're going to be back in town for it, and they're going to be honored with a plague on the Philadelphia
A
Walk.
plague.
Yeah. And I think she meant plaque.
Okay.
But she wrote plague.
We're going to put a little bit of the plague down on the sidewalk.
Nice.
We have some flea-ridden rats.
So that's really cool. So we'll
Yeah, congratulations.
yeah, we'll probably be able to congratulate everybody. in
DeBella's
person.
congratulations.
All right, this was terrible. Hayden Panettiere's brother passed away, Jansen Panettiere. And according to a report, friends were concerned on Sunday when he didn't show up for a business meeting. One friend rushed over to his apartment and found him unresponsive and sitting upright in a chair.
That's so weird.
The friend called 911 and attempted CPR, and the 28-year-old's cause of death has not yet been revealed.
So if you stop and think about Hayden Panettiere, she had traumatic postpartum depression. She lost custody of her child because of depression. She's had, and then this,
She had substance issues.
substance issues. Yeah, it's been a conga line of horrific
And
stuff.
her ex-husband is the mayor of Kyiv, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Klitschko.
Klitschko, yeah.
Yeah, so that's just a bizarre tragedy. So I'm curious as to what happened. All right, on the happier side of things, Adam Driver's wife, Joanne Tucker, is pregnant with their second child. The couple who were married in 2013 have one son together. They were photographed unloading groceries in New York City recently, and Tucker's baby bump could be seen under her gray sweatshirt.
Did you impregnate her with your butt boner, or did you do it old school?
There's no real answer to that, unfortunately. I don't know. And speaking of baby number 2, Constance Wu has baby number 2. She's officially greenlit the sequel in her motherhood journey.
I love her. I watched Crazy Rich Asians over the weekend. I love that movie.
That's a great movie.
And then when you learn that they had a really limited budget on that movie and yet made it look so extravagant, it's pretty amazing.
The actress revealed on social media Tuesday that she's pregnant with her second child. She posted a photo of herself smiling and pointing to her growing baby bump on Instagram, writing, "Bun in the oven, Philippines baby number 2 coming soon." The social media pregnancy reveal is a departure for her. Wu is notoriously private about her personal life and didn't announce the pregnancy with her first child, which was a daughter born in late summer of 2020. Wu's manager confirmed in December 2020 that Wu had privately welcomed a baby girl with musician boyfriend Ryan Katner, a.k.a. Honus of the rock band Man Man.
So Wu's with Honus?
Yeah, from Man Man.
From Man Man.
Yeah, that's
correct.
great. So they got a baby on the way. Isn't that great? So on Monday, Kim Kardashian shared a fun video to TikTok featuring her 9-year-old daughter, North, and Mariah Carey's 11-year-old daughter, Monroe.
Let's do something fun.
Together, the girls execute an adorable choreographed dance to Mariah's song, It's a Wrap.
Gotta tell you, kind of stunk. Their synchronization,
really?
they were not synchronized well, and Kim Kardashian's lip singing was not very good.
And then Kathy, their moms butt in with hairbrush microphones.
Oh, perfect. I love it.
So they had a fun little video that they put together.
Who would imagine that they hung out together, right?
Wouldn't you love to hear Kim sing, Kim Kardashian, to like take on a delicate ballad sometime?
Yeah.
And she's got to have the worst singing voice.
You guys want some snackables?
Yeah. According to People, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are not planning to sue South Park over the Worldwide Privacy Tour episode that aired on Wednesday, the 15th. The episode featured the Prince of Canada and his wife, who resembled Harry and Markle, carrying signs that read, "We want our privacy and stop looking at us." But a spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess told the outlet, "It's frankly nonsense, totally baseless, boring report." So it's not true. Kevin Costner's attorney, Marty Singer, is addressing the rumors that Yellowstone may be ending earlier than planned due to scheduling conflicts with Kevin. He said the idea that Kevin was only willing to work 1 week on the second half of season 5 of Yellowstone is an absolute lie.
It's hooey, hokum, and balderdash.
He said it's ridiculous, and anyone suggesting it shouldn't be believed for 1 second.
Liar, whore, and you know it.
Liar, whore.
As everyone who knows anything about Kevin is well aware, he is incredibly passionate about the show and has always gone way above and beyond to ensure its success.
Besides, Kathy Romano loves it.
Yeah, so they have to keep that in mind as well. Sir Ian McKellen brought a bit of poetic panache to London Fashion Week. The iconic British actor, who is 83 years old, surprised those present at the SS Daily Autumn-Winter 2023 show Sunday night by striding out to open the event, giving a dramatic reading of the poem The Coming of Arthur by Alfred Lord Tennyson.
Oh, nice.
McKellen was dressed in the designer's nautical theme of the evening, wearing a sailor's cap, trousers, striped scarf.
You're a liar and a whore.
And navy
liar and a whore, and you know it.
And navy pea coat with the image of a nude male figure featured on one side.
So the Hobbit movies, they were doing a sort of a marathon over the weekend. I watched 2 of them. And he's great. You know, it's such an incredible role. I could be okay with him going around as Gandalf all the time.
Just dressed like that?
Right.
All the time?
Let's just make him the real Gandalf.
The designer, Stephen Stokey Daly, is the winner of last year's LVMH prize, an emerging designer going at the designer gong.
I want to congratulate Stephen Stokey Daly and Peter Podpuller-Print.
They're both innovators in the world of fashion, so that would make total sense.
And Jim Bob Blowhole Graffiti. Those are names you don't hear in fashion. Like
Jim Bob Blowhole?
Yeah. Josephus. Those are more frat nicknames.
So Yeah. Anyhow, he was. He was. Wait a second. He was last year's prize and emerging designer gong at the British Fashion Awards, and is known for incorporating theatrically into his runway events. However, according to Vogue, McKellen himself was the one who approached the designer with the idea to open the show.
So how out of your element would you be at something like?
Oh my God!
That's the last place on this planet I'd want to be. Yeah. I'd feel so out of place.
Oh, I wouldn't. It wouldn't make any sense to me at all.
Yeah.
By the way, Stephen Stokey Daly said, "You don't say no to Sir Ian McKellen."
No, you don't.
He said, "To be honest, I couldn't really believe it." In addition to McKellen, Stokey Daly's celebrity fans include Harry Styles, who wore the designer to accept his trophies during the Brit Awards earlier this month. And speaking of Harry Styles, he treated himself to a big gulp out of his own shoe in Perth, Australia, Monday night.
Is that a big tradition down there?
It is. While making casual conversation with the crowd in between songs, Styles seemed to have decided that this particular Love on Tour stop was the perfect time to partake in an interesting Australian drinking tradition called doing a shoey.
Doing a shoey.
Yes.
Shoot the boot, right?
Well, they call it doing a shoey.
Right.
Yeah, so...
And to complete the tradition, you must eat mashed potatoes out of a menstrual cup.
Ew.
God.
Well, okay, if you had to choose, would you rather do a drink out of a shoe or
mashed potatoes out of a menstrual cup any day? Yeah.
No, I'd pass on that. I think I got to go with doing a shoey.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
Are we talking? We're not talking about a used one, right? We're talking.
Well, I don't know. You're the one who brought it up.
Well, you got it when you're doing
Check the rules.
when you do a shoey, it's got to like come off your foot.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I
I'm
guess
thinking a
that's
menstrual
right.
cup. You got to go over and
Yeah.
pull
maybe
that
you're right.
sucker out and do it right then and there. Otherwise, it's not that crazy.
Shoey.
So to do a shoey, one must pour alcohol into one's shoe, not water, as Styles learned on Monday night, and chug it. He had said to the crowd, "Does anybody have a drink that they wouldn't mind lending?" He asked fans in the audience and then pondered, "Can you do a shoey with water, or is that against the rules?" Before dumping a drink into his mouth straight from his shoe, which appears to be the Adidas X Gucci Gazelle sneaker.
Come on.
The Harry's House hitmaker commented, "This is one of the most disgusting traditions." By the way, Post Malone and Casey Musgraves are among the fellow music arts to have joined in on the Australian rite of passage on previous tours. So
Would you-
You're supposed to do it.
If you were challenged, I wouldn't have a problem doing that.
I'd do
Out
it.
of my own shoe.
My own shoe?
Absolutely.
Sure, no problem. Absolutely. All right.
Maybe we'll do that sometime on the show. We'll just have the entire morning. We'll just drink out of our own shoes.
Do a shoey.
Yeah.
Oh, but just your coffee?
Black coffee.
Right out of a
Okay.
shoe? Yeah, why not?
I mean, Keenan's comes to mind.
I know. I was
Yes.
thinking of that too.
Yeah.
We might all.
Yeah.
Let's get everybody in the bar to do a shoey at the same time.
Love it.
Most people have
Shoebies.
flip flops on.
Doesn't
That's
matter.
Oh.
You can,
Most people?
Yeah.
Some people.
You can run the liquid down the flip flop into your mouth. Like
Yeah, you
the,
could just like angle it,
Right.
You know, and just pour it down
like that
way.
the block of ice with the shot.
Yeah. All right, we're ready for the clips now. The writers of South Park are no strangers to crossing boundaries when it comes to their content. And here, creator Matt Stone talks about one of their controversial episodes. Here we go.
We wanted to do a Scientology episode since the show started, mostly because Scientology is just funny. Scientology is just hilarious. It's just funny. And when you got to come up with comedy, you know, there's this big fertile ground. You're just like, let's go over there and make fun of that.
A new episode of South Park, season 26, airs tonight at 10 o'clock on Comedy Central. Season 26.
Wow. Unbelievable.
So it's on HBO Max, and I've dived back into it recently, and there's an entire season, I think it's 2016, that's really bizarre, but it's not individual episodes. The whole thing, it's the season with the member berries and what's the name? The one teacher becomes like Trump and it becomes a president. It's so bizarre, but it's a great season. And then last night I watched an episode, and I want to ask the audience this because I don't understand. They had an episode with Mark Zuckerberg, and he keeps talking about fighting my style. And I don't know what that's in reference to, but like
What is it?
He goes, "Oh, you can combat my style. Your style is no match for my style."
Oh, style.
But he's saying style, and he's like doing it sort of like a
kung fu
Japanese kung fu movie. And I don't know if there's like an inside joke there or if it's just Matt and Trey being silly.
Because in classic kung fu movies, there's always your style, my style. What's your your style?
Yeah.
So in fact, there's a line right out of Enter the Dragon. What's your style?
Okay.
My style is the art of fighting without fighting.
All right, so Mark Zuckerberg is doing that in the sense the 2017 episode of South Park, and I had no idea what that reference was.
Yeah, it's like saying your tiger is no match for my crane. You
That's
know?
what he was doing.
Yeah, that's
All right.
essentially what it is.
Okay.
So, yeah. All right, next clip. Here we go. The caterers of Party Down are back to serving rich people food and navigating a work-life balance. And in this clip, star Adam Scott talks about achieving his own work-life balance.
If I needed to really get away, I would have to set my phone on fire and put it in a drawer while it's on fire.
Tiger uppercut. Party Down returns for a third season this Friday, and you will find that on Stars.
I have not seen that. Has anyone watched that?
Yeah.
No.
I watched the first 2 seasons, and it was it sort of lived under the radar, a decade ago, something like that, and now it's back as, I guess, a reboot, or they're redoing it. But it's a funny show.
Oh, we shotgunned the bear over the time off. Love it.
Isn't that a great show?
Love it.
Yeah, excellent. That's a really, really good show. All right, and there you go. That is the entertainment report for this morning. Reminder, we have a secret text word. It's your chance to win 4-pack of tickets for the Discover Boating Atlantic City Boat Show, which is March 1st through the 5th. So text word secret to 39333, and we will see if you win. Anything else? You reporting to something?
Well, we have giveaways for things that are happening tonight. We have this one.
Okay. And this one?
That one.
All right, I'm going to give away movie passes we have a screening of Cocaine Bear.
Oh.
Tonight, 7 o'clock at the PFS East. And Universal Pictures presents the movie event that will blow your mind. Get it? Blow, cocaine. Inspired by true events, Cocaine Bear rated R. Get in line February 24th. Another cocaine reference here. We will take, we'll take 10 callers, Bill, at 215-263 WMMR. And
God damn him.
I've really pushed him over the limit this time.
What have I told him?
All right, so we'll take 10 callers, and we will give you passes to the movie tonight. And again, it is at the PFS East, all right? And it starts at 7 o'clock. All right, we're going to take a break. Todd Glass is stopping by this morning. Actress Katie Sackhoff on the program. Bruce Springsteen tickets, less than an hour from now. Your chance to win if you heard the songs yesterday. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Is she naked yet in any of those episodes? Emilia Clarke?
Yes.
I forget how that proceeds early on in the series.
Well, she goes into a scalding hot bath.
Right.
Full frontal nudity.
Yeah.
I do like it.
And Khal Drogo plows that at one point.
Well, yes, he does plow that.
So,
Yeah, well, he
so
is
you're
a
saying
farmer.
the nakedness, though, drops dramatically after like third or fourth season?
Yeah, it's still there, but
All
but yeah, it's still.
She comes back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
She got just a wonderful beef.
Reach, you're not far off, man.
Nice beaver.
She's not like one of these workout feeds where things kind of look splayed all the time. Wow. Just natural.
All right, so
Speaking of beaver, I got to show you guys something. later.
Where did you come from?
I know. I got. It's a picture.
okay. Well, yes.
Later.
Okay.
That's just the reminder.
Thank you,
You're welcome.
everyone.
Jot that down.
Jot that
I'm
down.
writing it right down right now. Kathy
not my
has
beaver.
pic to show us.
The beaver pick.
I wasn't this excited when Adrian Smith came on the show.
Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay, it's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But do you know? We don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation.
It was
ceremony.
college graduation,
And as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for
And paid a lot for.
paid a lot for it. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie
Too legit to
Jerkoff.
quit.
Wait, one more time. One more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh, my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Julie Handjob. Forgive me, Julie Handy. Forgive me, Julie Blumpkin. Forgive me, Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh, my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff. Kirk off.
Wow. You know what, though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerk Off throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or friends.
Julie Jerk Off.
Yeah.
Or Julie Jerk off. Forgive me, Kirk off.
If you think about
Julie oh my God, I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it. And
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had jerk off as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her
you know.
friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
And then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit and she loses the jerk off for a couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff.
Dude, she's getting her master's degree. It's a Master of Science degree as she goes up and hears
Julie Jerk off. Forgive me, Kirk off.
Well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
you
couldn't even hear.
You're so excited, and you're just your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. You know, jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie Jerk off. Forgive me, Kirk off.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The
I know.
woman reading the
I
names.
know.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the jerk-off way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh my God.
But and you know, there's countless names like that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure
Absolutely.
there'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize anytime we have a caller named Julie,
we
will have to play.
Julie Jerk off.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have, I mean, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie Jerk off.
Thank you, Julie.
Our first Julie Jerkoff.
You're our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. Following explosive fights on social media, Jersey Shore star Ronnie Margot Ortiz, he and his girlfriend apparently are done. He wrote on Instagram, on an Instagram story to Jen Harley.
Yeah, he's a real silver-tongued devil.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Note to self, can't turn a natural-born hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
If you find them in the gutter, then leave them in the gutter.
Note to self.
Yeah. Ronnie later apologized, writing, I want to apologize.
I love you.
Earlier to my fans and especially to Tater Tot Kitty.
Really?
Tater Tot Kitty?
That's somebody's handle. Like, I don't know if that's her handle or whatever, but I want to apologize to Tater Tot Kitty.
Dear Tater Tot Kitty, I'm so sorry for those terrible things I wrote.
I writ. He said, I acted out of my gut and not rationally.
I was not rational.
I should have never.
Apologies to you too, Ravioli Ramon.
He said, I should have never acted in such a manner, spelled M-A-N-O-R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, man.
It's where he lives. It's the name of the place. I should never have acted in such a manner. That's what he says. You pull up Preston, it says, I never should have acted in a manner.
And then he writes, my deepest apologizes.
Wait, seriously?
My deepest apologizes.
A-P-O-L-O-G-I-Z-E-S.
All right.
My deepest apologizes.
My deepest apologizes to Tater Kitty.
The pair welcomed a baby girl named Ariana Sky together less than a month ago.
It was wild to be there in the delivery room. I mean, the baby fell out of her butthole.
You remember a while back, we had a couple of televangelists who were talking about how they needed a new jet.
Yes.
And they
to
were
spread the word.
Jesse Duplantis.
Yes.
is his name.
The Duplantis Ministries, right?
Televangelist with a global reach is asking disciples for money to buy a jet that costs $54 million, quote, so we can go anywhere in the world in one stop.
If you're watching the video, he's dressed as I imagine Willy Wonka would dress when he retires.
By the way, well, I'm waiting for Marissa to get the full audio over, but Duplantis' solicitation comes 4 months after another televangelist, the Newark, Texas-based Kenneth Copeland, announced that he had just bought a new Gulfstream 5 jet.
Oh, someone got a little jealous.
I think that's what it is, Steve. I think that's what it is.
Wait a second. What did that son of a bitch just get?
Yeah.
Well, this will not fly in the eyes of the Lord.
I think it's keeping up with the Joneses. The aircraft.
Listen, you insufferable prick, I saw what you just bought, and I'm going to get an even bigger jet. Hallelujah.
The aircraft, when first sold in 1998, carried a $36 million price tag. That's what this other guy bought.
$54 million. You need to understand. You just cannot. You're waiting in line, and you're going through TSA, checking. You're taking your shoes off. That's time wasted from spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, my.
And then you got the crying kids kicking the back of the seat. I cannot put together a proper homily on a flight with the riffraff, the human filth that populates these various aircraft while I'm trying to get out there and minister to the human filth. That
we got part
funds
one
my
over.
lust for high-end aircraft.
All right, here we go. This is the audio of him pitching this. He made a video of this.
Yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jesse the Planet. Thank you for tuning into This Week with Jesse. We're going to be talking about aircraft. You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ. Now,
Listen to how many times he incorporates the Lord and Jesus Christ into this.
now, some people believe that preachers shouldn't have jets. I really believe that preachers ought to have and go on every available voice, every available outlet to get this gospel preached to the world. Now, I talk about this in a lot of my messages, and I want you to see this if we can, Caleb. Get it back. This is the very first plane that I purchased for the Lord back in December.
The Lord asked me, he said, I need you to purchase the modest aircraft. One engine ought to do it with a decent range, something that's comfortable with a couple of seats and a bed. That's what I need you to purchase. I said, Lord, should we not use this money to feed the poor? He says, we'll get to that.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994. And I said where I began. And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004, where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years. I purchased it in January 2006, where I am. Now, I want you to get a shot of this one, Caleb. Now, this is the Star Trek.
It's going to crack you up, because this one is just insanely expensive. And the amount of people who could have benefited greatly from the money wasted on this is just off the charts crazy.
And they're showing pictures of him with the camera as they go by.
Now, this is the Star Trek Enterprise. This is where I'm going. Praise God, but I believe
It's got a
God.
transporter and everything. In fact, my next purchase is going to be a spacecraft.
Praise God, but I believe in God for. Let me just say.
Wait, this is what I believe in God for?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
This is what I believe, yeah.
I think he says, praise God, but I believe in gospel.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm going.
There.
Praise God, what I believe in God for.
Yeah.
Let me just say
This is what I believe. This is what I believe in God for, so I can fly this way around the world.
believe in God for a brand new Falcon 7X so we can go anywhere in the world one stop. Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop.
Oh! That's it. That's the dilemma.
Wait a second. You mean you're going to have to stop?
There's the kicker.
I'm backing that up. Hang on.
Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop. And you see, if I can do it with one stop, I can fly it for a lot cheaper because I have my own fuel farm. And that's what's
You just said, by the way, on this $54 million jet that it has a 5,000-mile range.
Yeah.
That's not flying around the world with one stop.
It's just,
this is the way to travel. And I know you have issues at home where you can't be.
Notice a few things, yes.
The noticer had extra time to notice.
Yeah.
He was noticing like a mofo.
Something I noticed.
Believe the volume of things he's noticed.
Something I
Across
noticed.
an empty field, down a lonely alley. He's always there, noticing so you don't have to.
I noticed a news report from last night. Kathy had it in the news earlier that potentially a tornado in New Jersey. Where was that?
Blew my mind.
Kathy, do you remember? I don't have the information.
where
I
was it?
apologize. I just
It
noticed
was
it. I
in
didn't
Mercer
retain.
County.
I'm not the retainer.
Yeah, he's
I'm
not
the
that.
I'm the
Come on,
noticer.
people, get off his back.
It was Mercer County.
Okay. And so there were like roofs and stuff like that damaged, or
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
they're saying like building complex. There were some residential homes. There's the Lawrence Square Village, which was a condos. They were destroyed. Yeah, they're saying there's extensive damage out there.
And I got the warning on my phone, and I thought, well, why am I getting? I thought certainly it had to be like the Midwest or something, and then to see that it was local, I'm like,
well,
in the middle of February.
Well, and not only that, because it didn't seem that crazy windy where I was. I mean, there were a few gusts at points, but I didn't think that it was a tornado. Hang on, I have to let this go till he says, "Oh my God," again. Hang on, it's a little annoying, but it's a compulsion. I can't. Hang on. Here we go.
Oh my God! Tornado!
Like
Tornado! Can I hear just that part again?
There we go.
One more time.
Let me just cue it up.
Oh my God.
Oh my God! Tornado!
The guy is so awesome.
That would have been terrifying.
Yes.
And in February.
Yeah.
That blew my mind.
That's
They,
fair.
they said there's only been 4 others in New Jersey in February.
Should be a snow NATO.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess, but sometimes they have these like downward bursts of air that aren't technically tornadoes.
They're down NATOs.
Down NATOs. Down NATO. Down NATO.
Tornado.
So that happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Around 6 o'clock is when I got the alert.
They were talking to a few people, and one of the people described the thing, which I've heard, is that train sound, almost the sound of a locomotive.
Yeah,
You know, it's
something
pretty wild.
like a large rumbling.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can see that. When it's been very, very windy, it definitely has that rumble, but I've never heard the full-on train thing. And I've been in conditions where you almost feel, this is strange to say, but the house move a little bit. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. That's a house NATO.
A house NATO.
No.
I had no idea.
What you're feeling, from what I understand, is the pressure inside the house and on the outside. This is what causes houses to implode. You know,
I've heard that's a myth. There used to be.
Kathy told me it, so take it up. with her.
Well, okay, maybe this was a myth that you open your windows.
Yeah,
and it equals out the pressure.
You can let the tornado out.
Yeah, but we used to, when I was a kid, we would do that. We're like, open up the windows because there may be tornadoes.
I think the guy in the tornado video that yielded that audio, I think he was doing that, opening up the window.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You just got to hold on to your ass. And that's pretty much
There's
it.
another myth where you're supposed to drive under an underpass.
Yes.
I remember seeing that years ago in like those tornado chaser videos, and people would say, "Oh, it's safe under there." It's not.
Oh,
no,
really?
it's supposedly maybe even more dangerous. from what
It's
I
a funnel.
understand.
It's accelerating. Is it not accelerating the velocity of the air?
There can be more debris and stuff flying underneath
And
there.
there's
That can-
hobos under
And
there.
there's hobos, probably.
yeah.
They're eating soup and whatnot.
And they never offer it up to you.
Singing Jimmy Crack Corn.
Yeah, and
all
they
that.
don't care.
Yeah.
They don't care at all. It says it right in the song.
Yep.
And they're talking about tornadoes.
I don't care.
I get a goddamn tornado. I'm having my soup.
I had also heard you need to, if in a desperate situation, that you get into a ditch.
Yes.
Really?
So you have to bring a shovel and dig a ditch.
That's going to take a while.
I am sweating like a bastard. No, there are, in fact, a lot of the areas where there are prone to tornado alley, so to speak, there are a lot of roads that have those sort of, I guess, runoffs. So it's a ditch.
All right, here's a list of things. It was Connor pulled this up on our monitor. During a tornado, do not do the following.
Go to axe throwing club.
You don't want to do that. You don't want to open up a bag of broken glass.
Right.
Like that.
Don't stack your nails.
You don't want to ignore tornado warnings.
No, that's kind of obvious.
You don't want to stand near an open window. All right, I guess debris, could come flying in.
Yes.
Here, I like this one. Don't try to outrun the storm. And it shows a person like physically running.
like jogging.
A human being running.
Good effort.
I would
run.
think with a car, though, wouldn't you try to outrun it?
I mean, if
if
you're-
possible, head in the other direction.
You saw Twister.
Well, all right, hang on. What else are you supposed to do? If you're on foot,
Yeah.
what are you supposed to do? Just stand there and get sucked
You
away?
have to build an overpass.
Okay. No, it says
No, it
tornadoes.
says don't take shelter under an overpass. it
Oh.
says.
Well, you do that to mock those who run under it.
Oh, it just says that trying to outrun a storm can prove to be useless. So they're just saying,
Well,
just kiss your ass
it's
goodbye?
my understanding that sometimes storms can travel.
Yeah.
What is the Nick? Can you look this up? What is the average ground velocity of a traveling tornado?
How fast it
How
moves?
fast do they move?
It says it can move up to 60 miles per hour. That's what it said in the fine print.
Okay. So you're not going to outrun that unless you're Steve Austin.
Tornadoes' average speed is 10 to 20 miles per hour across the ground, but can reach speeds of up to 60 miles per hour. You can't outrun any of that. No.
You can do that.
You could probably skate away, like if you were on ice.
Yeah,
because you can
maybe.
get that fast.
David Copperfield could. And Christian Anderson.
If you think you're a fast driver or can outrun the tornado, think again. It says your chances are slim to none when it comes to outrunning a tornado. As soon as you hear that tornado warning siren, seek shelter. Immediately stay indoors. If you're nowhere near shelter, you should stay in your car and buckle up, or if possible, get below the level of the road like a ditch.
Well, you saw what happened to Carrie Elways in Twister. They were in their vehicle, they were buckled up, and they got launched into the sky. In fact,
I've tried to forget everything about that
did he
movie.
die?
I don't remember that part.
Of course he died.
Oh, I don't remember.
He died?
Carrie Elways?
Yeah.
He was a corporate meteorologist.
I know he was, but I didn't know he died in the
All
movie.
corporate meteorologists die eventually because of their hubris.
I'm pretty sure his vehicle gets launched in the air and then comes down and explodes. So I don't think he made it out of that.
Unless
exploded?
Pretty
he
sure, yeah.
got Nick, he could have left the vehicle and subsisted on a diet of tadpoles.
For the sequel.
Yes.
So the biggest threat to living creatures, including humans, from tornadoes is from flying debris and from being tossed about in the wind.
Look at this stat, by the way. I've never seen this before, Preston.
The strongest tornado ever was 318 miles per hour. This is
my God.
measured on May 3rd, 1999, near Bridge Creek, Moore, Oklahoma.
It's the finger of God.
Yeah.
The middle finger.
So yeah, those are the most severe wind speeds of any tornado. Well, okay.
I mean, at that point, they've shown like debris that gets blown through, like a
straw gets blown into a tree,
Right,
and
yeah.
sticks in it or something
You're
like
not going
that.
to survive.
No, you're not going to make it.
You think there's a porn out there called Hornado?
You a bunch of prostitutes?
Yeah.
Kind of like Lavalantula or something like that, where there's all of these prostitutes get caught up in an
I
actual
think when
tornado.
conventions come into town, you will have a hornado.
Yes.
It is on Urban Dictionary, Casey.
Okay, what is that?
A group of drunk girls, either on the move or at a party at a bar, whose high-pitched squawkings feed off of each other until they become a destructive force capable of annihilating eardrums, sanity, or a good time. That's
A hornado.
A hornado at a bar.
All right. Yeah.
When those girls get together with a box of Franzia, you can expect a hornado on the way real soon.
I love that.
Yeah,
and I've
hornado.
seen hornados
Yeah.
before. If that is the definition of a hornado, I've seen hornados. Wow. All right. Well, anyhow, hopefully everybody is safe. Were there any reports of injuries, Kathy, or just
No,
damage?
they said no reports of injuries as of right now.
You know what though? You get your like there was a tree on a car and all that stuff. That sucks.
All right. There's a book called Hornado by author Candy Socks.
And it's on Kindle.
It is on Kindle if you want it, and you can order it through. Look at the picture of the cover of this. It's a woman lying on her back with her legs spread wide open, and you can see a tornado coming right down at her crotch.
What's it about?
The Hornado. I don't know.
It's a guide to auto repair.
Okay. All right. Anyhow, I noticed some other things, so we're going to move on to that. Let's see.
More for the noticer.
So I love this story. This is out of Florida.
He loves this.
Well, I'm hoping this doesn't happen, but Florida's favorite pets may no longer get to partake in one of their favorite pastimes if a bill in the legislature is signed into law. Now, the bill does a lot of good things, but there's one thing that you guys will find interesting. So it's called, the bill is called SB 932. It covers many animal welfare topics, from prohibiting cat declawing and rabbit sales before Easter to restricting when animals may be tethered outside. And one section of the bill deals specifically with the transportation of dogs in cars, including forbidding drivers from having a dog in their lap and transportating them on the car's hood or roof, which I don't know why you would do that. But one of the restrictions prohibits drivers from allowing a dog to put any part of its body, including its head, out of a car window.
Oh, man.
I love seeing a dog with its head out the window.
So, you know, how animal crazy, I love seeing a happy dog enjoying the breeze, especially one that's got jowls, because it's like they're flapping away, and it's a wonderful time.
So I had to take Reggie for a ride the other night, I should say, because he overheard me ask somebody else if they wanted to go for a ride, and so he went crazy. I was actually talking to my wife.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, do you want to, because I had to drop some audio. Like, do you want to go for a ride? And so he loves sticking his head out the window. I mean, he just goes absolutely bonkers, which I love because my other dog can't stand it. Hates the car, and I hate that about him.
You know what? In all the years of animal stuff and charity stuff, I don't know if I've ever heard if there is a detrimental aspect besides being decapitated, possibly, but
stuff in their eyes, maybe.
Yeah. So this is according to Trips with Pets, explained in a blog post. Allowing your dog to stick its head out the window is a very dangerous habit. Their eyes are exposed to dirt, rocks, dust, and other debris.
Okay.
These materials can easily puncture and scratch your dog's eyes. And the post also cited potential damage to a dog's ears and the possibility that a dog could fall out. And, of course, if you're in an accident.
That's going to be an issue. What if your dog is wearing goggles and headphones?
They hadn't considered that, probably.
There we go. We got a picture of a dog wearing goggles right now.
I do not let my dog put his head out the window when we're on the highway.
Okay.
Right.
Any
That's
sort
too
of residential
much.
roads, I'm totally fine with that.
When you're in a NASCAR race.
I love it. We have two dogs. We have Haley and Rook, and Haley will ride the entire time with her head out the window. And Rook will stick his out intermittently, but I love looking in the rearview mirror, the side mirror,
right?
Just seeing that head sticking out,
joyous
in the wind. It is so sweet. It's just you wish you could be that happy.
I know.
So you know what I find odd is so Reggie loves sticking his head out the window so much, but when we take him to the groomer, freaks out over the the hair dryer.
It seems weird, doesn't it? If you're ever driving a standard, do you let the dog shift, or do you?
I try to, but he doesn't always
lock it in place. They don't know. They can't spell.
Yeah.
So they're looking to have this legislation pass, and it's for the welfare of animals.
I get it. Yeah, it's such a joyous thing.
It's so awesome.
That's why, and Nick, if they go after dog hang gliding, I'm going to be very upset.
I mean, come on, that's just pure joy.
They love it.
Somebody texted in, I've never heard of this before, but can a dog get an ear infection doing that because the ears are
quite possibly
flapping on the window?
Yeah,
maybe. Do you ever stick your head out the window at all while you're driving?
I have. Yeah, for
I kinda
fun.
like doing that every now and then. You got to have your tongue hanging
Sometimes
out.
when I'm driving, I will let go of the wheel. I'll crawl out the driver's window, across the hood, and inside the passenger side just to see if I can do it.
I will do especially when spring and summer hit, the hand out the window and gliding up and down.
And see how I could
as the airflow works.
I could have worked for NASA. Look at my command of aerodynamics. I love that. But Preston, so do you have a convertible now currently?
No.
Okay.
I did, but no, I got rid of it a couple years ago.
They're a lot of fun.
They are.
And that's or even like a T roof or
cheap.
Yeah,
that's a convertible.
That's true. I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
You can take and plus you can take the doors off, which is amazing. So
they call dog goggles doggles.
Doggles.
There's doggles.com. Actually, it's woof.doggles.com, and you can buy them there.
It's a weird invention, the vajoggle, which is a goggle for your vagina.
We're looking at loads of pictures of dogs with what was the whistle for?
That was the vagina blowing in the wind.
Okay.
It's a Dylan song, I think.
This one's called Vagina in the Wind. Joining me on Whistler's Casey Bar from Brooklyn.
Kathy, you know how vaginas make a whistling noise when you hang them out the window, right?
The old folk song.
Yeah.
Well, a slobber falling off.
Okay. Anyhow, they do make goggles for dogs, Steve. Like this is legit. And I assume maybe there's different sizes for different breeds. I'm not sure. But that's pretty funny.
They make them for cats too.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
Those
I'm sure
aren't
cats love
What
that.
cat would put up with that?
You're going to have to nail it to the cat's skull.
Right.
So, yeah, it's like people, though we had Trish here in the sales department, she was with her cat. Her cat is trained
On a leash?
on the leash and the harness. I was like, holy hell, man, that's amazing.
I tried that one time. The cat got out of the harness so fast. I was
Yeah.
like, yep, I'm returning
And then
this.
killed the thing you love the most.
Yeah, same here. All right, so anyhow, it is bill number SB 932, but that's in Florida right now. All right, notice some other things.
More for the noticer. Noticing so much.
This is, I don't need to give you a spoiler alert because this really doesn't give away any plot points, but the show The Last of Us on HBO Max is brilliant. We're all fans here.
Are you watching it, Kathy?
What is,
The Last of Us?
No, but I
think you can handle it.
I asked somebody, one of you, if I would like it, and somebody was like, "Yeah, I don't know."
Preston said that he didn't know, but he thought that you might, and be interested to see if you actually do. I think you'd like it.
You think I'd like it?
Yeah. The story's great. Listen, there is a zombie-like element to it.
Oh, that's right. That's why you said it. You
But
think I'd
listen,
like
Rochelle is loving this show, and she's not into that genre at all.
It's more about relationships. It's more about loss. It's more about dealing with loss, and it's more about having a huge fungus on your head.
That too. No, but Pedro Pascal's performance is just so he's this tortured guy, and he's just it's so great. So, but anyhow, this you may be intrigued by this, Kathy,
yeah.
because the most recent episode openly featured a menstrual cup in the episode.
I know. Everyone sent me this. I was like, I don't watch the show,
Except they referred to it as a diva cup.
but
yes.
yes.
Yep. So the scene was praised by female viewers for period representation, but many then found themselves in a delicate position as they had to explain to their male friends, husbands, and even fathers about the item, which had left them perplexed. And when I saw it, the moment in the episode, I knew what it was because of the discussions that we have had and you bringing in those various cups and so on. So I knew immediately what it was.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, our listeners, they know now because we already talked about this.
Did you have anybody that was turned on to the concept of the menstrual cup who now uses it regularly?
Because of our conversation?
You didn't like it, but...
Yeah, no, a lot of people reached out to me and were like, you know what, I'm going to try too. And then they gave suggestions because the cup did not work for me. But people that use it and love it were like, I can't, what do you mean it doesn't work? Like, why is this not working for you? Try this, try that. And I tried, and listen, they're not cheap too.
Do they have menstrual steins? Decorative?
No, but like there's different ones that you can try and, hopefully it works for you. But people who use them love them. It just unfortunately didn't work.
Didn't work for you.
They're not cheap, but you also don't have to buy them more than
but
once.
I'm saying to like test ones that might work for you. I was like $150 in. I'm like, this isn't working for me.
They'll let you do that in the store?
Oh, stop.
How much is a box of tampons these days?
Maybe like 20 bucks or so. It depends on the size or what,
If you work for NASA, you get a discount.
I was going to say like $7-8, and that's just a guess. So, that would save you a ton of money over time.
Yeah.
You can buy cigarettes.
Screenwriter Craig Mazin admitted that that discussion is what he had hoped for, people talking about it.
Yeah.
Revealing the intention was that if you don't know what it is, you can ask someone or you can Google what it is. Despite only being a fleeting and relatively unassuming moment, female fans were quick to heap on the praise at the cup's inclusion. But it seems that most male viewers were left perplexed, with one admitting The Last of Us just taught me what a menstrual cup is alongside a mind-blowing emoji. And dozens of women said that they were left explaining the menstrual device to their male counterparts.
In the scene, the female protagonist, Kathy, she's looking at it and then she goes, gross.
Yeah. Yep.
And then she's like, oh.
Yeah.
I think there's an earlier episode where she finds a box of tampons.
Yes, she did. Yes. They were rummaging around the store, and he's like, nah, it's all picked through. But she ended up finding tampons. She was like, found this.
Yeah.
So speaking about the decision to include the menstrual cup, screenwriter Craig Mazin previously explained to Vulture why there was a lack of in-depth explanation during the scene. Because it goes by very quickly. He said that the idea was apparently, he said the intention was if you don't know what it is, you can Google it. But the idea was prompted while buying tampons for his wife and daughter at a Target. during the pandemic. He said, these are basic items that we'd need or would want. In a post-apocalypse, it's annoying to have to deal with that and have a shortage of options. Why wouldn't we show it? Especially because our co-lead is a 14-year-old girl. This is part of her life.
All right, quick math, Kathy. Let's say you were to live to 80.
Right.
Oh, wait, but after a while.
yeah.
Okay, all right. So when it stops?
Well, what are the preferred tampons amongst the 80 and above?
Well, no. I'm working through this. I'm just wondering how many tampons do you think you would need between now and until you don't?
Oh my gosh, I have no idea. And actually, let me correct the price. It is a little bit cheaper. What I buy, and it depends on the brand and
chinchilla tampons
and how many. But mine was closer to like $13, $14.
Okay,
not $20.
Right. Okay. Well, they've never had those on, like, let's make a deal or something.
Kathy buys them by the gross.
Yeah.
I mean, I do buy them by the bulk because I don't.
Yeah,
because
you
don't
say
wanna,
big.
Well, and you need them, and also like I don't want to have to run out every time I need them. They're there. They're at home.
At Costco, will they sell them in like giant pallet size
with giant tampons?
Yeah,
that you can use as headrests.
They have to.
I don't have one of those accounts there. I don't have a membership, but I would imagine they
would
do.
have to, right?
Yeah,
Preston, it's
I would
not a
think
string;
so.
it's a bungee cord that's attached to it. It's amazing.
Wow.
Well, yeah, I'm sure anything that they have there, they have in ridiculous sizes.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Noticing other things. Texas man bought a second-hand CD from a small-town thrift shop and made a surprising discovery inside of the case. And it was a Polaroid photo of President John F. Kennedy on the day of his assassination.
Wow.
And
So Kennedy was shopping for CDs on that day?
Well, and listen to this. So George Rebellas said that he was at the Souls Harbor thrift store when he decided to buy Bachman Turner Overdrive's The Anthology on CD. Rebellas said that he didn't open the CD case until about a month after the purchase, and he discovered an object inside he soon realized was a Polaroid photo.
Open that up, honey. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Baby.
You just ain't seen nothing. Here's something you're never going to forget.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, he was just taking care of business. Rebellas said that he didn't open the CD case until about a month afterward. The photo depicted Kennedy riding in his motorcade in Dallas.
That's wild.
The date handwritten on the photo, on the back of the photo, was 11/22/63, the day of his assassination.
So needless to say, CDs didn't exist at that time. So how do they conjecture that
they have no idea?
I didn't know Polaroids existed at that time.
I didn't either. I wasn't aware. Well, I guess that was the kind where you pulled out the strip.
Yes.
You remember that, Steve?
I remember it well.
Instead of instead of the one where you take it and it goes like that and comes out.
You would pull out inside and you tear it off and it would develop.
Yeah, so there's a full thing. I used to have one like that when I was a kid.
That's cool.
And you had to pull it out.
It was the coolest.
And had to. What is this? Oh, nice. Struck me as odd to find it in the CD case.
I'm surprised that because Polaroids were not the most durable. That the image would have been discernible after all this time.
I wonder if those older ones, Steve, if they
better.
Yeah, because you remember the ones that we knew from the one where it would slide out when you would push the button. Those would deteriorate over time, but I think the other ones
maybe
had a better lasting quality to it.
Because I remember you'd pull it out of the side, and then you'd and you'd have to pull
let
that.
it sit for a certain amount of time,
right? Yeah,
and then there were two pieces of essentially a paper with a glue together,
and
then you
develop
pull them
on it,
apart. And then it would be developed right then and there, and it was a revelation at that time.
When we were little, the lady who lived across the street from us, her name, we called her Aunt Helen, and she was older, and we had a community-wide yard sale, and like I'm kicking myself now because she had a whole table of old vintage, like really cool, like cameras and
really?
yeah.
Wow.
And I think of that from time to time because like I don't necessarily think it was a treasure trove of stuff, but all that stuff does have value these days.
Marissa's got a nice collection of vintage cameras.
And
which
adding
are
many
pretty
right?
cool. Your microphone's not working. I don't know why. I have it turned on. Are these...
Wait.
That looks correct.
They all lit.
Yell loudly, Marissa.
Okay, it's not working. All right.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Damn it.
So yeah, we have a couple of old cameras. I think I've looked them up, and they're pretty much worthless.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
I hope this is worthless.
Yeah, me too.
So after
Taking up space in the house like this, it's great.
Kennedy was assassinated, we got the audio of that famous LBJ call.
Oh, yeah.
Let's
see if you can't leave me about an inch from where the zipper ends, round under my back to my bunghole.
There's a guy who was he had just learned that the president had been assassinated, but he had the presence of mind to order new slacks.
Right.
There's a new biography of LBJ that's coming out soon, and I was listening to an interview with a guy who wrote it. This guy named Robert Caro. They took LBJ immediately to the Memorial Hospital where JFK was, and they diagnosed
Parkland
Hospital.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, that JFK had died, but they didn't tell LBJ for 45 minutes because the Secret Service was so concerned. He was off in his own room by himself, and the Secret Service had given out this strict order: nobody is allowed in and out of that room unless LBJ knows that person personally.
He was on the phone.
Yeah.
So he's
The crotch down where your nuts hang.
Well, he had
is always a little too tight.
Yeah, he had to order some pants because he was about to be a big boy president.
Mr. Vice President, when you get off the phone, can we talk to you? Hey, just 1 second.
So they wanted no one.
Yeah, nobody
going in there. Yeah, it makes total sense.
And that whole time, he's trying to figure out if the president was alive or not.
Yeah.
They did not give him the information that Kennedy was in fact dead.
Wow. Well,
He
by the way,
tried looking it up on his phone, but it was just a regular landline from the time, and there was no screen.
There was no internet.
a former FBI analyst and JFK historian said the photo appears to have been snapped as the motorcade left Love Field, which is a good distance from the location of the assassination. Rebellis hasn't yet decided whether to keep the photo or to try to sell it to a collector.
Do you know anybody who's ever found something like, like those you hear about? I bought this in a garage sale and it turned out to be a Renoir or something like that.
No, I think it's so rare.
I think I've probably given away priceless things and been unaware of that.
Yeah.
That's probably my luck.
I'm sure at some point it just you're like, I'll never
It's a picture
use
of the planning session for the assassination of Kennedy.
Right.
You want it?
Yeah. All right, anyhow, that's all I had time to notice because
We're going to go on TV.
We're going to go on Fox 29 in just a moment. So we're going to take a break and come back in a second with that. We also had the Beat File coming up and your opportunity to win Bruce Springsteen tickets.
Yeah.
All right, 8 o'clock is when we were going to do that, or as close to 8 as we can get it. And then in the 9 o'clock hour, we'll play another Bruce song for tomorrow's opportunity for you to win tickets. All right, so we're going to take a break and be back in a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR.
Why don't I have a jet of my own?
Oh, it's the audacity.
Yeah.
The absolute robbing of human beings preying on their faith.
There I was in Zone 3 waiting to load onto the aircraft.
Zone 3.
And I said, Dear Jesus, I'm surrounded by a sea of human filth that is keeping me from spreading the Lord's word. What can you do for me? Can you hook me up in a $56 million plane? Will get it done nicely. And I can fly in one stop. And it's also economical. Is it very economical? Yes, Lord, it's very economical. You know, they got down there down in the Cabo San Lucas, they got these young ladies that need to hear the word of the Lord.
I need to.
Oh my God!
I need to see this guy in
Down there, Casey. Let me tell you something. The girls have literally gone wild, and they need the word of the Lord Jesus Christ to tell them that if the tops are coming off, if the tops and pantaloons are coming off, make sure that at some point the Bible opens up.
This is Cabo. Girls Gone Wild
Girls
in Cabo.
Gone Wild in Cabo.
You've seen video.
I have seen video, and I'm distressed. I could get there in one flight. I mean, you just want to punch this guy in the face.
Absolutely.
Oh, you might.
I don't know. I kind of want to join him on his jet.
I wouldn't mind
This
riding
is
along.
my new friend, Kathy Romano, and I believe that the word the Lord would use is bodacious.
Yeah.
We're praying together.
Yeah.
I put dildos in my mouth.
And that's how. That's akin to saying open sesame. When this fine young, and she's a broadcaster, I want you to know, so she spreads the word herself. But when she said she put dildos in her mouth, I got to tell you that jet door opened right.
I put dildos in my mouth.
So I thought this one would be a nice, light conversation. Anne Frank.
Yes.
No, but actually, this is actually a little bit of light information about Anne Frank that was recently discovered.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Researchers using digital technology deciphered the writing on 2 pages of Anne Frank's diary that she had pasted over with brown masking paper, and they discovered 4 dirty jokes and a candid explanation of sex, contraception, and prostitution.
Wasn't it Bert Kreischer who got Anne Frank confused with Helen Keller?
Yes.
That's
And actually,
right.
there's an on-running joke about that on a website I go to a lot, which is fark.com. And it's not only Anne Frank and Helen Keller, but they've also thrown in, oh my God, the pilot.
You're talking about
Amelia Earhart as well.
Sully Erna.
So they always, is Sully Erna.
No, Sully.
I thought you said Sully Erna. I'm like, no, I don't think he's a pilot.
I don't know why I immediately thought, when you said pilot, we're clearly talking about women.
I mean, he did land that. It's a good movie.
I don't know why Sully has not brought up the fact that he hid in a
in Amsterdam
during World War II, because that's an even more courageous
And
story.
what blows me away is the dude was blind and deaf and able to land that plane.
It's amazing.
Well, I mean, he landed it in a river.
Well, I
but,
guess he doesn't want to puff himself up too much.
All right, so anyhow, let me find something else. I can't wear the earbuds. I have small ear holes.
You can't wear the earbuds?
Yeah, they fall out.
Ooh, your ear holes are so tight.
Tight ear holes.
Oh, man.
You can get
That's awful.
Can you fit that in there?
I'm going to work with it. Wait. Yeah.
Wait, ow. No, you're too big. Stop.
You're stretching it
Stop.
Your plot is too big.
You're going to tear a hole.
Oh, my God, I'm going to bleed.
Ear lube. I need some ear lube.
Well, what you
I
can
just
get.
gave you an ear pie.
I actually bought these things that were like $2 on Amazon.
I just got that. I'm sorry.
Wait, just got what?
Ear pie.
You ever heard the term cream pie before?
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I bought these things for like $2 off of Amazon that go around your earbuds, so you can
A C-ring.
Basically, yeah, no, and then so you can wrap regular earbuds.
Yes.
You know,
Over the ear.
over your ear. And
Yeah,
you're fine.
they're good. You know, honestly,
Listen, I want to be able to wear earbuds.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Well,
You know,
maybe
Preston-
you should
so
let
Preston-
Steve stretch him out for you.
yeah, I'll stretch them out because I can really, unpack it.
If you're just tuning in here at One Bala Plaza, the studios of WMMR, as well as our sister stations, they're doing some remodeling, and they're going to move some of the stations. We're kind of consolidating our areas, moving from downstairs to upstairs. So they're doing complete remodeling, which means demo has been going on, demolition of the various offices. And when we got wind that they were going to be destroying Bill Weston's office, we said,
We had to.
You got to let us take a swing or two.
Well, my helmet's on the ground, but that's okay.
Wendy, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains in.
This is great.
Here's Johnny!
That is awesome.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh my God.
Bill's mailbox.
There we go. Give it to him
Look at
as a
that.
keepsake.
I have the video.
By the way, did we ask Bill if he wanted that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Bill, do you want this?
Clear the wall.
Oh, nice. She almost
fell on her
fell
ass.
backwards. There's another swing at it. She's trying to go out of Bill's office into the sales department. Feels good, doesn't it?
So good.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Kill it, Marissa. Kill it. A lot of rage here, man.
Yeah, but it's funny. It's
She
like,
packs a punch.
It's like watching an angry dwarf.
Had a request from a friend of ours, RC, from Tattoos by RC. His son, Dalton, celebrates his birthday today. And RC wanted me to mention it. We haven't seen Dalton in a while.
I know.
He's been around. He used to come around when he was a kid, and we haven't seen him, but he's
a man now.
Full-grown adult, man.
He was a little kid when he came in to visit the show, and I'm wondering, I mean, how long has time
21?
passed?
I'm guessing he's 21.
All right.
Yeah.
That's just a guess. I'll have to check my Instagram message that I got from RC and get back to it. But this
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he can't be that old yet.
Well, he's
All right,
he's
I'll
at
look it
least
up.
20. At least.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, keep playing that clip over and over until I
Until
get
we
this,
find it.
Steve.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are you looking or are you
I'm
just
looking
laughing?
it up. I have to go into my phone. Oh, my God. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
It says here he turns 20 years old.
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So far, this is my favorite part of the day.
There we go. It all goes downhill from here.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. A panda, what is their primary food source? Yeah, okay. I'm going to go to Courtney. Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
Hi, Courtney. What is the panda's primary food source?
Is it bamboo?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hang on. Hang on, Courtney. We're gonna. Caitlyn Jenner
Yes.
has 6 kids, but
Oh, yeah.
yeah, she's.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing. Oh, yeah.
I might not make it through the show today.
Caitlin, huh? Thought you'd be bigger. I mean, no cooler.
But she.
Roadhouse with Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh my
There you go.
God.
Pain don't hurt.
No.
Except when they cut your balls off. That was pretty uncomfortable. I'll have to say that did sting.
That pain hurt?
Yeah, that pain sort of hurt. The knife attack at the bar, no, not so much. Cutting my balls off, yeah, that actually pinged a bit.
Can you stick to the script there?
It pinged a bit.
That pain hurt.
Okay, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the royal wedding was over the weekend. I'm going to touch a little bit on this stuff, and we'll expand a little bit further on it later on. But, of course, it took place on Saturday, and they are officially husband and wife, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They became the Duke and Duchess of Sussex at London's Windsor Castle. The ceremony took place at the Gothic St. George's Chapel at noon, but was no ordinary wedding, even by royal standards.
So there's an Instagram thing that I follow. It's called Fish Dance Party, and what they do is they'll dub Fish concert music over people dancing.
How did I miss this?
No, listen. At one point over the weekend, there was a Fish Dance Party Instagram.
Day in just a moment. Then shortly thereafter, I'm not sure if we'll do the bizarre file first or not. All depends on how much time we spend speaking with these guys. But around as close to 8 o'clock as we can get it, we are going to ask you to give us those Bruce Springsteen titles that played yesterday.
Wow, yeah.
And then we have tickets for show number 1, which is going to be Wednesday, August 16th at Citizens Bank Park. But I'll give you a heads up and let you know what number caller, but don't call just yet because we're not going to do it until 8. It's 7:56 right now. We're going live on Fox. Good day. Let's do that.
Hey, everybody. Hi, Preston and Steve.
Hey.
Welcome to the show.
Hey, guys.
Well, hey,
All right,
guys.
so we found this study that says people can tell in less than 5 seconds if they like a new song. Preston, would that be you? Can you know if you like a song in 5 seconds?
No, I never like a song the first time I hear it. On the rarest of occasions do I hear a song for the very first time and go, that's great, or that. Usually, some songs, it can take years for them to eventually grow on me.
You were a music director.
And I was a music director, for a few different radio stations, which it was that was counterproductive, the fact that I didn't really hear a song the first time I heard it.
One song I saw you respond to favorably quickly was Baby Shark. That you just
How
fell
can
in
you
love
not?
with instantly.
Instant love, huh?
Instant love.
But I'm not an instant. I don't hear it per se. I have to spend some time with music.
I don't know. I can like something pretty darn quickly.
What would you hear that would
cuff it?
What would instantly be a turnoff in a song for you?
Oh God, I'm not into like heavy metal.
Okay.
Yodeling?
Yodeling?
Yodeling is not
Yodeling is bad for Alex, so it's not going to happen. Yeah, sometimes there's songs that I've absolutely despised on the first listen and then grew to love afterwards.
Yeah.
So that does change, but I think it's 5 seconds is actually a decent amount of time to get the idea right in one. If you do give it enough of that, but I think you got to listen to the whole thing.
Yeah,
you got to see, like Disco Inferno. It's perfect to us.
It also depends on
they burn that mother down.
What part of the song you're listening to as well, because sometimes a song will start in such a way,
right,
and that's not the actual sound of the song.
Yeah, maybe the hook is what you have to hear for 5 seconds or so, and then grab it. I don't know, man. No, I need 5 seconds. That's no way is that enough for me to make an informed opinion.
Is your optimum listening in the car or? Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
that's, I think, where you get the best acoustics, I think.
best.
Yeah. And then
You feel surrounded by it.
Is radio still all about being in the car? Is that where most people listen
listen,
to radio?
I think it is. I mean, when we do this show, when we do this program, and we're speaking to the audience, I have someone in mind who is in their car listening.
In their living room.
Yeah. No, not in their living room. Not in their car, in their living room.
Why is this here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've driven into their house. But yeah, in car listening is where the majority of it is, I believe.
Okay, I'm going to ask both of you. Preston first. What is a musical group or person that you will go out of your way to go see in person?
Wow. You know what? I don't go to too many live shows anymore, but I will. Something that's made an emotional connection to me. I mean, I don't know if you want specific names or whatever, but
do it. Go for it.
But I would always go see, like, if bands got back together, like when the Police did their reunion tour, I absolutely went to that.
Yeah.
Or some of the big biggies. I love U2. I try to never miss, and I just don't do shows too much anymore. I have a hearing issue. I can't. I've done too much damage to my ears over the years. I can't really go to shows.
So it's Demon Drums.
Damn right.
Yeah. For me, it would be Cisco would be my.
Wow, Cisco.
I'm all about the thong song.
Thong song, aren't you?
Exactly. It never gets old, and I can actually feel it in my butt crack when I'm listening to that. So it's
Oh my
sure,
gosh.
yeah.
Literally. Is Nick there this morning?
yeah.
Yep.
Congratulations. We haven't had a chance to see you.
Oh,
so
thank you.
he's
Appreciate
off the
it.
market.
Yeah, I got engaged a few weeks ago, and Alex and I follow each other on Instagram, and so thank you, Alex. I really appreciate that. It's nice of you.
Oh, you're
She's lovely.
Well, when they have it, you're going to invite her to the wedding.
Yeah, Alex is invited. Mike can do the catering or something.
Oh, nice.
Wow. No, Mike is, of course, Mike is invited as well.
I'll bring sandwiches.
Thank you.
An Italian wedding. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
All right, kids.
Thanks,
All right, guys.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you later. Thank you. 5 seconds. No, there's no way.
Oh, see, I want to jump in. Me, you know me. I'm 5 seconds. Sure, I could tell you if I like it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, then
Oh yeah.
think
I'm like, this
1,
sucks. Let's turn this off.
2, 3, 4.
Yeah,
Is that enough for you to know?
That is enough for me. Also to know if I like a person or not.
Oh, really?
That I
Yeah,
believe.
that'd be
Yes.
in fact, I believe 1 second.
Last week, I listened to 5 seconds of a song where I was like, I need to listen to this whole album. And it was my son had me listen to Lil Yachty's new album. And I was like, I'm telling you,
Did you like
the
it?
first 5 seconds of the first song is really good.
He's a genius.
Well, it's not like you would, it's nothing you would expect.
Is he good enough to deserve a big Yachty?
I think he's on his way. He's at a medium-sized Yachty right now.
Casey, are you into little Uzi Vert?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I like J. Cole. As far as like newish rappers, J. Cole is kind of the guy that I like the most. But yeah, my son, we sit in the car together and he'll play it. Dude, he's in Pink Floyd right now. Like, he is all about Dark Side of the Moon.
That's
And-
awesome.
Yes.
Oh,
Thank
well,
God.
there you go.
Yeah.
So what album is he loving?
Dark Side.
Dark Side.
He's all about Dark Side right now.
Are you going to have him venture out and do chronologically, or just let him discover on his own?
I think on his own, because I floated out. I played a little bit of The Wall for him yesterday.
Yeah,
I did
yeah.
a little bit of Wish You Were Here the day before that, or a couple days before that. But like, he's still all about.
It's a good boy.
About Pink Floyd, but
Yeah,
he
and
likes his
Tone
rap
Loc.
too. But I would love for you guys to listen to the first song from Lil Yachty's album. I'm telling you, the only reason I say that is it's got Pink Floyd vibes to it. And that's like the really weird.
Is he sampling Pink Floyd?
No.
Is that why it has?
No.
By the way, have him listen to The Wall is a bit of that's huge. That's
an opus.
That's a big chunk.
Yeah.
But if he can check out Dark Side of the Moon from beginning to end, specifically in a dimly lit room,
Right, yeah.
and just listen to the music, that is just a masterpiece. Just an absolute masterpiece.
That is pretty much the only way you should listen to The Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah.
In the dark with headphones on.
Yep. All right. So besides Lil Yachty,
Yeah.
Bruce Springsteen. We need to do that.
93.3 WMMR.
The Springsteen Grand Slam.
The Lil Yachty of Jersey Rock. Bruce Springsteen. Now, here's the deal. We played 4 Bruce songs yesterday. One in the 9 o'clock hour, one in the other hours. What were they? 2, 5, and 8. I need those 4 titles. And I will take the 18th caller. You get to answer. All right? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know what those songs were. In the 9 o'clock, we'll start it again today. We're going to play those 4 more Bruce songs today and your chance to win again tomorrow. But I need caller number 18, and I need the 4 titles of the songs played in those hours yesterday. 215-263-WMMR. We're going to do the B-file while you call it.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, this morning it is brought to you by Burns Honda, celebrating its 50th anniversary, and they're giving away a car and other monthly prizes. You can enter to win by taking a test drive and filling out an entry form. Visit Burns Honda. Yeah, I thought it would say .com, but just visit Burns Honda. Why don't you? All right, so let's go through some of these stories. This one I saw a couple days ago. Horrible story. An 85-year-old Florida woman was killed in an alligator attack while she was walking her dog on Monday.
So, Preston, when I saw this story, I just saw a couple of lines, and I saw that the woman attacked was named Gloria.
Listen,
I'm like, what?
If I didn't know the whereabouts of my mom at that particular time, I would have thought I would have been concerned too.
Yeah.
And plus, they don't have a dog. But where my mom and sister live, in the condos that they live in, there's a little
You've
pond.
mentioned, yeah.
There's a little pond there. There's a gator in there. I got pictures of him. I see him almost every time I go there now.
You don't know your mom didn't purchase a dog to feed it to the crocodile.
True. That's true.
Damn alligator bit my hand off.
Oh my God!
The deadly encounter happened just after noon at Spanish Lakes Fairways, a 55-plus living community near Fort Pierce. Residents said the woman was walking her dog when the alligator grabbed it. She tried to get the dog away from the gator and was killed.
That's it. Yeah, sorry.
Man. Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission officials said the woman was killed. Who was killed was 85. Her name was not released. The alligator was close to 11 feet long, and an alligator trapper was called to the scene and was able to catch it, remove it from the neighborhood.
On paper, that looks like a fair match, but no.
Angered that a couple in a neighboring apartment was making too much noise during sex, a pair of gun-toting Texas sisters allegedly threatened to shoot the loud lovebirds, according to police, who arrested the siblings for felony assault. Investigators busted Alexis Davis and Treasure Bibbs following a
That's a name.
confrontation early Monday morning at an apartment complex in Houston. According to police, an ongoing dispute over noise emanating from the nearby apartment had already resulted in Davis and Bibbs leaving notes on the couple's door, threatening to kill Kevin Frank and Kira McPherson and the pair's children.
That's not the way to start a conversation.
During the encounter, Davis and Bibbs both allegedly brandished a firearm and threatened to kill Frank and McPherson with a gun for being too noisy. Davis and Bibbs were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, which carries a maximum penalty of 20 years in prison. The family of a man who collapsed while playing blackjack at the Wynn Las Vegas is suing the hotel and casino, claiming that he did not receive medical care for nearly 20 minutes as an employee continued to deal the cards.
No. You got to watch that stuff.
David Jagelinzer was staying at the Wynn and playing the table game when he collapsed. Jagelinzer had his hand convulsed and he fell onto the blackjack table with his head down. While this occurred, the blackjack dealer continued to deal cards to another player at the table and continued to play blackjack.
Give me a few minutes. I'm on a roll.
The lawsuit said he remained slumped over on the blackjack table with his arm extended onto the table for an unreasonable amount of time, while no employee by the Wynn intervened to check to see if he needed medical attention. At no point did Wynn employees check on his condition for nearly 20 minutes, according to the lawsuit. Lawyers for Jaganlizer's family said sleeping or becoming unconscious at gaming tables is a violation of Nevada gaming law, and employees should have known to intervene.
Yeah, my original thought was that they probably see that often where people pass out or whatever, but you should probably check on the person.
As he laid on the table, Wynn employees counted Jaganlizer's gaming chips, the lawsuit alleges. A new dealer then arrived and made remarks that he exhibited discoloration in his skin and appeared to not be breathing.
That guy looks dead.
About 20 minutes after he initially became unconscious, Wynn employees then attempted to render him aid with a defibrillator. The lawsuit alleges the employees are not trained to use the machine, which attempts to restart a person's heart. Paramedics arrived 26 minutes after Jaganlizer's collapse on the table. He suffered severe brain damage from lack of medical attention. He ended up dying from lack of blood flow to his brain. Lawyers allege the brain injury would not have occurred had he received timely emergency medical treatment. By the way, his family is suing for damages of more than $15,000, which is standard in civil cases. I don't know how much more than $15,000, but that's the standard amount, I think. So, let's see. The mystery surrounding Japan's mummified mermaid has finally been solved after almost 300 years after it was found.
That's a mystery.
Can I take a guess?
Yes.
It's not really a mermaid?
It's not really a mermaid. The creature was said to have been found in the Pacific Ocean off the Japanese island of Shikoku between 1736 and 1741.
Bad news if it is, it's not a mermaid.
The mermaid, which measures 30 centimeters tall, has two hands reaching up towards its grimacing face. Hair is still visible on its head. It has the remains of sharp, pointy teeth in its mouth.
That doesn't sound pleasant.
While its body gives way to a distinctly fish-like tail.
In no way does that sound like Daryl Hannah.
According to myth, the creature grants immortality to anyone who tastes its flesh. The mummy usually rests in the Enjuin Temple in the city of Asakuchi, and having been put on display some 40 years ago. The chief priest, Kozin Kuida, said, "We have worshipped it, hoping that it would help alleviate the coronavirus pandemic, even if only slightly." Well, over the past year, researchers have subjected the mermaid to tests to determine if it's organic or not. Using CT scans and other high-tech tests, they discovered that the creature is completely artificial, made in late 1800s with no skeleton, instead made of paper, cloth, and cotton.
That's a mind blower because it seems so authentic.
The lower half of the body does indeed come from a fish's tail or fin, but the scientists believe this was just added by whoever created. And they're just now getting around to verifying this.
Yeah, they got a lot of paperwork.
300 years later.
How long was this thing, did you say?
How long is it? 30 centimeters?
Okay. So it's kind of tiny.
Yeah, it's small. So,
Yeah.
But that's what they thought was a mermaid.
That's an unimpressive mermaid.
Apparently, it's not. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the Bizarre File for you this morning. All right. We're looking for a winner this morning. Yesterday, 4 Bruce Springsteen songs were played, each one in the 9 o'clock hour, the 2, 5, and 8 o'clock hour as well. And we wanted you to keep track of those and call in to try and win tickets to one of Bruce's shows. So we were looking for caller number 18. And we are going to go to William, who's our 18th caller. Hey, William, how you doing, bud?
Oh, great. You know, it's the first time I ever called anything, and I actually am winning.
Well, not yet. We'll find out, William. I need those 4 titles. What were the 4 songs that were played yesterday?
First one was Badlands. Second one, Jungle Land. Third one, 10th Avenue Freeze Out. And the fourth one, Glory Days.
First time ever calling, and he wins. How about that, man? All right, William. You're going to see Bruce Springsteen, show number 1 at Citizens Bank Park, Wednesday, August 16th, my man.
Cool.
Nice. Have you ever seen Bruce live before?
Yes, I saw him twice in the Meadowlands, once in the old Giant Stadium and once in the arena there.
Nice.
Probably the old Japanese mermaid tour.
So then you know what to expect, right, my man?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember he had that big wooden vat sticking his head in it and the water flying because he was sweating his ass off.
Nice. All right,
Just
well,
to see some Springsteen ass sweat is worth it.
he will be back at it again, and you're going to be there. So hang on the line, William. Congratulations. We have tickets for you, my man. In the next hour, in the 9 o'clock hour, we will play another Bruce song, and you will want to keep track of that. By the way, you can go to WMMR.com. There's a bit of a cheat sheet that you can follow along with if you want to, but we want you to listen as well. So that's the way we get the winner, gang. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. When we get back, Mr. Todd Glass.
Yes.
Will be in our studio. Katie Sackhoff's going to be on a little later, too. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
And I was like, this can't be. But I think it was legit. I'm fairly certain what I saw.
That fish music was playing when they were coming out? Okay.
No, but like ridiculous.
A selection from fish.
I just need to know if I did indeed see Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles come out dancing out of the chapel or whatever.
No, I don't think they were dancing when they walked out.
That is not.
Dude, wait till Prince Charles and Camilla. They're
Casey. Casey.
I know.
Casey.
What is it?
We're watching this right now. There's
Yes.
no way in hell the royal family would do something like this.
But look at this. They're great lookalikes right there.
They are not even remotely looking. That guy looks nothing like Prince Charles.
I was looking at her.
Oh.
You thought this was real?
I couldn't tell. It was on my tiny little.
I couldn't tell.
What is this from, though?
It's a spoof.
Yeah.
It's a spoof.
Oh my God.
People. Yeah, we're watching this right now. This it is absolutely absurd that Casey would think that this was legit at the actual royal wedding.
I'm telling you, when Prince Charles and Camilla, the Camilla lookalike, I was like, well, that kind of looks like her.
But Prince Charles,
You know what, Casey? It was.
I knew it.
I knew it.
It was real. Let him have this.
Thank you, guys.
They really are big fish fans.
We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swardson.
Yeah, everybody
is with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. you nailed it.
It's that kind of day, Nick.
It is.
Flooding in the streets and in Preston's.
Dear Lord.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
We met on J-Date.
It was J-Date.
Yeah.
So a mistake ended in a lifelong
it was just
friendship.
a lovely turn of events.
That's perfect.
Actually, this goes with answering this question. A lot of people don't even know I do stand up. So this generation now, it's funny because
that's why I wanted to.
They'll come to my
preface.
show and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at stand up."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah, I've been doing it like 22 years, which is insane." And a lot of people just know me from movies, so it's kind of a bonus when they're like, "Oh my gosh."
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's like Michael Jordan when they're like, go to see him play baseball, and they're like, "Oh, you play basketball? Oh my gosh,
this is a whole other
crazy."
aspect.
Wait, you're the Michael Jordan of comedy?
No.
Michael Jordan of baseball.
Yeah.
Yes. Was
exactly.
Was Chuck and Larry the first movie you did with Adam, or did you do anything before that?
Adam saw my stand-up on Comedy Central.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he was in bed with his wife, and he was channel surfing, and he was like, "Oh, it's this kid." And I was a kid at the time, and he wrote my name down and went to the office, and he was like, "Who is this dude?" And a lot of the younger guys were like, "Oh, that's this kid Nick Swardson. That was my first special." And I used to do jokes about my grandmother.
Oh, I love them.
And so he had a script called Grandma's Boy, and he called my manager, and I had a meeting with him, which was surreal, obviously. And the whole time I just wanted to be like, "Yeah, you." So I didn't do that, and that's why I'm still working with him. But
there's a scene in that movie. Michelle Carmen, who's one of our calendars, is the girl who is across the street.
Moon balloons.
Moon balloons.
Oh yeah.
She's from Philly. And she's in one of our
Balloons.
calendars. Yes.
I remember Sandler called me up and he goes, "Hey man, I'm doing this movie Chuck and Larry with Kevin James," and I was like, "All right, cool." And he goes, "Yeah, it's a part for you," and I go, "All right, great." And he goes, "Yeah, you're playing Jessica Biel's brother." I'm like, "That's amazing." And he goes, yeah, you're a gay brother. And I was like, I've been doing a lot of gay stuff. I was on Reno 911 at the time. So I was like 4 or 5 years deep in Reno 911. And he was like, no, dude, it's not like your character Terry on Reno 911. It's different. It's not that gay. And I show up to wardrobe. I show up to wardrobe, and they put me in like a butterfly outfit with like tiny shorts. And I was like, yeah, this is way different. Way different.
And then you end up playing in another movie I think is underrated, is Blades of Glory.
Oh yeah.
And you play the stalker.
Yeah.
Who comes up with the conceit that gets
I saved the movie.
Saved the movie, yeah. But that was another gay character.
It was gay-ish.
Gay.
It wasn't like bursting into flames. It was just like half my leg was on fire.
I wanted to ask about your fascination with bats, because we had seen an interview that you love bats. You want to have pet bats or something like that.
What interview is that?
I don't know. It says here he loves bats. Wanted to buy a bat farm in a recent interview.
Did you
That's
want to buy?
insanity.
That's not
That
you.
is completely false. Bats are horrifying. I want nothing to do with bats.
So who
You never said that in an
Who
interview?
grabbed the
I
piece of
probably
information?
did, but I do a lot of mushrooms.
Who grabbed the piece of information about the bat farm?
I don't know what could possibly have happened there.
In your data sheet.
Bats are literally horrifying. I remember when I was growing up, I lived in an apartment with my mom, and there was a bat in the house, and me and my mom were freaking out, and they make a weird high-pitched sound. They're horrifying.
Unlike anything you've ever heard, and they're making their location sound, their echolocation. You know it the second you hear it. Oh,
Yeah, you know the second you hear it. And me and my mom freaked out, and we hid in her bedroom. We didn't know what to do, because it's like, it's like, do we call the police? Like, I don't know what to do. And the bat climbed. They can fit under, like you said, this tiny sliver underneath the door.
That's all they need.
It was like a horror movie.
Yeah.
And it came in, and it made this weird sound, and I just end up killing my mom and eating her.
Okay,
I just didn't want her to live through that.
So it's the absolute
All right.
antithesis
The love
of
of
a bat
bats is incorrect then.
All right. How?
Yeah, I don't know who said that.
It was when you were in Austin for your third time. And it says, why do you keep coming back? And you said, I love Austin. I actually looked into buying a place there. Just like the vibe. It's creative. Everyone is super cool. I love the music. And you have bats. I want to move there and buy a bat farm.
It was a joke.
Yeah, I lied to that city. That was an open lie.
Christy, did you come up with that information? That's our intern, Christy, by the way. She tried to go see your show last night, but got stuck in traffic and couldn't make it. She went all the way out there to Bethlehem.
I'm sorry.
And couldn't make it. And you got a show in Albany tonight?
I have Albany tonight and then Brigada tomorrow.
Wow, dude.
DC. Yeah, I'm on, I think it's like at 35 or 40 cities right now.
I mean, so now besides the flight, and you got that stuff all handled. Are you a good traveler generally?
Yes.
I mean,
I'm pretty easygoing. I mean, I have like a tour bus, so I don't have to fly a lot.
You have a tour bus, okay.
Yeah, and people think it's like wild, but it's really not. Like we go to like Whole Foods, and then like I'm trying not to like drink on this tour. I drank on the last tour, and it was just the wheels came off horrendously. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Do you self-impose? Because my wife will sometimes do that. Just like, and not she's not an alcoholic or anything. She just I just want to take a month or two and just take a break.
I'll go hard for like 5 years, and then I'll take like a month off. Yeah, and it really helps. Sure, it really helps.
5 years, 1 month. 5 years, 1 month.
It's all about the balance. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Great to see you, man. Thanks for being
cheers,
here.
guys.
That is Nick Swardson. Give him some love.
But you did get your first job from an internship, right?
I did.
KSAN?
At
No.
KSAN in San
Okay, it was.
Francisco, yeah.
As a jock?
Well, even when I was a jock, I was only part-time.
Okay.
Didn't they change format?
Yeah, and then in my last year, it switched to country and western, which was just ghastly.
And what was your name again for that?
Will Robertson. I couldn't give. I was so.
You just couldn't.
My first name is William, but none of the kids in my family ever went by their first name. My middle name is Pierre, and we've always gone by our middle names in my family for whatever bizarre reason. And so I said, I can't. This is such a vile thing they've done. I can't give them my name, but I got to keep my paltry weekend air shift. So, but the records were much shorter. It was hard to go to the bathroom.
Yes,
they're
country
3-minute records.
Country songs are short.
and divorces and cheating and trains and drinking and prison.
Trains. Cheating on trains.
Yeah. I mean, some themes that go through. Now I actually got to like a lot of the music too, but it was here comes another 5 songs in country stereo.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Country stereo.
That was the tagline?
Country stereo.
Something like that. And then they had this horrible jingles. The spirit of the West is alive and well, and living in Contra Costa County, and living in Marin County, and living in Sonoma County.
Name all the counties.
They name all the counties.
Oh my God!
We all got us a story there, Presbo.
We do.
Yeah, we do.
And now decades, one station.
Yeah. I've only been at 2 stations.
That's wild.
So Will Robertson and Kenny. What was his name?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Kenny Knight.
Kenny Knight.
Yeah, but when I worked at a country station I did weekends. It was down the hall, and they needed a part-timer, and I did whatever I could to be in the radio business. I was Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Big Rig Rider.
Yeah.
We got to get us a morning show with Will Robertson and Kenny Big Rig Rider.
That's a good team up.
Hell
right there.
yeah.
I like
And
it.
then I went by Don Imus.
Yeah.
Friday, so I begin the weekend. A lot of people are
He knows that kills me when he does that.
Oh my God!
Absolutely.
Is he still
kills
even
me.
on?
He retired.
Okay.
He retired. He's a legend, bona fide legend, but towards the end there, it's
A little
was
crazy?
total unintelligible.
It's Amish in the morning. I got a movie work coming a little later on. We're in Billy's hard.
Who's wore those cowboy hats too? When I see him on TV. I mean,
With the headphones. Cowboy hat?
He did?
Yeah, on the side.
No, they hung underneath.
Were they underneath?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Action News says when they arrived, they saw 2 officers from the 24th District attempting to arrest an unruly teenager. While that was happening, another person showed up and tried to antagonize the person being arrested. That person was told several times by police to back up, but instead they pulled out a cell phone and got in between the officers to yell at the guy being arrested. After a supervisor arrived on the scene and tried to get the person to step away, the man tried to provoke officers into a fight.
That's what you were talking about,
I was
Casey,
just telling you
came
guys.
on, yeah.
This guy is such an a-hole. He's yelling at the cops. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
But he's getting as close to them as possible.
The cops aren't touching him at all.
Yeah.
And he is the one that's walking towards them.
He's the aggressor.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
And
he got arrested,
and he's in the middle of the street, and the cops are saying, you got to get out of the street. He's like, no, I don't.
WMMR.
All right. Thank you, Kathy. Tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, Helium Comedy Club. Ladies and gentlemen, Todd Glass. We'll be there. Oh, and he brought a little.
Guys didn't have. Who has that whistle? Oh, is that you over there?
It's me. Yeah.
Wow. First of all, I'm gonna start out with the niceties. I couldn't sleep last night. I haven't been in here since 2019.
Yeah.
And I go, why can't I sleep? And I would get up like 2:30 in the morning. I started to write notes. I'm like, oh, I want to remember this. I want to remember that. So it sounds so cliche, but it's good to be back.
Good to have you back.
It's good to be back.
Yes, yeah.
Kathy, I think you pocket dialed me because I heard heavy breathing this morning and then something about the Conshohocken curve and then the phone hung up, so I don't know.
That's her, yeah.
That's what, I heard like when they're romantic, her and her husband, she goes, come on, let's go around that Conshohocken curve, sweetheart. So, I don't even know what that means. But, yeah, it's good. I feel good. I have a cup of tea. I've been drinking water and...
You're in training?
I am in training.
So you look very healthy and
Thank
fit.
you. I was waiting. You know you look good. Man. By the way, I want to seriously apologize because it's unprofessional. If I reek of pot, I don't. Meredith's car.
Oh my God!
I don't know if she's hotboxing it in there, but
it's incredible.
I get in there. I got to go in and do radio. It's a professional thing. It's not like and it's like with the kids. I don't know if somebody wants to call HR. I don't know what her address is. But I do have. You know what the thing is? I heard somebody say, do you drink a lot of water?
I try to, yeah.
You try to?
Yeah.
Some people don't. And I heard someone say, it was like on a TikTok or something, they go, back in the 80s, no one drank water and we were all fine. No, everybody looked like crap in the 80s. Right. Archie Bunker was 46. Okay? Justin Bieber's 46, Right. Yeah, the cast of Cheers was 30. The Golden Girls, I don't know if you know this, they were in college.
They were in college?
Come on, people.
That looked terrible.
I'm not around anymore.
Oh, my God.
I gotta be good because I've got to put people in the seats.
Wilford Brimley in Cocoon was like 50 years old.
Yeah. Yeah. And here's the scary part
disgusting.
about that. Someone say this. Well, it'd be funny if someone tells you their age. I'm 82. That's disgusting. Get away from me. It's contagious.
Yeah.
My new catchphrase, by the way, is I wrote it down last night.
Okay.
If I do a joke and it gets a big laugh, I go, I gotta be good. I don't have time to mess around. What do you think of it?
I love it. It's a little wordy, but
Yeah,
I
it's a
like it.
little wordy,
Yeah.
I know, I
It's
knew it.
not as good as Get Her Done.
Get her done. What was? It
Maybe
doesn't
just a
matter.
second. Just a second part.
Yes.
I ain't got time to mess around.
I don't got time to mess around.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's better.
I like
better.
that.
Like if I do a joke like, you know how you go to CVS and they first of all, they locking everything up at CVS.
It's because of all the theft.
They lock it up. You know what? I feel like going to lock the front door. You know, what do you want? As soon as it's going to be like that, just going to lock the front door. We have too much theft. Just have the door locked. What do you need? You know? But when you call CVS, you know how they say, like, in case of an emergency, dial 911? Well, I want to say, who's calling CVS? Somebody must have. They don't have that announcement because they thought maybe. Who calls, you know,
hello? Yeah, my wife's having a heart attack.
Sir, why did you call CVS? I also wanted to know if you had peanut butter pretzels. I don't have time.
Absolutely.
No, I don't have time to mess
It's
around.
the kind of stuff, yeah.
Yeah, it's very.
Did you say peanut butter pretzels because I'm eating peanut
I
butter
know,
pretzels?
I saw them.
Yeah.
Do you know one night I thought, what about peanut butter and jelly pretzels?
Oh. Do they have those?
Well, I learned, don't ever put too much time into, I'm going to go on Shark Tank. I'm going to sell it. And because if you Google it, they usually have it already.
It's
and
depressing.
they have peanut butter and jelly pretzels. And they're good.
Are they?
I was
They're
just
good.
telling Casey they have chocolate covered peanut butter pretzels now, and they're so good.
That's just mean.
Are you a big pretzel fan?
Yeah. A matter of fact, Meredith.
When she was hotboxing?
Is that your name? she made me pretzel salad, and it's very good. It's addicting. It's like crack.
Really?
Not that I've ever had crack. I don't have time for this. All right, listen. I got a lot of stuff to talk about.
We see your page there. You got a lot of material.
I do. I brought, because I wrote some things down. Let's get to this right away.
Are we a good test audience for you, do you think? Or,
Yeah, well, you
okay.
guys are a good audience.
Okay,
yes,
all right.
yes. You genuinely are a good
All right,
audience. You know, some shows you do, like I remember in the day, they're getting their next. You guys are very present.
Yes.
You know, I know a lot of people that have come to the show.
Right.
This is just a nice thing. It's not going to be funny. I know you guys don't have the depth I have. No, if it's not funny. Preston once said during a commercial break, he goes, you can cut the niceties. He goes, we've heard them.
Yeah. You're not impressing anyone.
Yeah, we know. We're good. We ask good questions. But a lot of times when you do radio, they don't realize you're their audience. So, like, you're doing your jokes, and they're planning out their next. They're like, okay, we're at 4 o'clock. We got to talk about the
Salmon.
The Salmon Festival. Hold on. But I was thinking about teachers. Do you have any patriotic music?
Yes, absolutely.
Something, bring it in soft.
You didn't have your headphones on, but we had Don Rickles, the music play for you.
You did?
Yeah, see?
Oh, I didn't even hear it.
Yes.
Oh, it's better with my headphones.
Yeah.
Would you guys want me to sing My Way when we're close to finish? Because I think I could do it.
I think so. Yeah. If you can do it.
Well, I would
right.
need a karaoke version, and I'd need to hear it in my cans.
Okay.
But I can. I think I can do it.
Okay.
Maybe 25, 30 seconds of it. But I was thinking about bring it down a little bit. Don't make a meal about it, Casey. Thank you. I heard a band member say that to another band member once. Well, let me explain something. I didn't do very well in school. I flunked mostly. I didn't even graduate.
You're dyslexic, right?
Yes. And back then they didn't know that much about it, and teachers tried. I really did have amazing teachers, but I flunked, and I know there were a lot of teachers that tried so hard, but they felt like they maybe failed me. Like when I was little, I knew that, and then I even wrote some notes here, and I thought about it. If you're a teacher and you're out there, I mean, I might be doing this with a comedic slant, but even when you think you didn't get through to a kid, you know so much. You cannot graduate and flunk out of high school. You still flunk out of everything.
Yes.
You still know what a cup is.
Right.
Arithmetic. You know how I can count right now? You know how high I can count? Higher than I've ever counted. You know, I get what a gallon is, punctuation, colors, shapes, fractions. My parents didn't teach me this. And this is all the stuff you know. Grammar. I can guess distances. No, it's about 10 feet. That's about 3 feet. That's all from the teachers.
And you're saying school didn't?
No, did. These teachers, even when you don't think, even when you flunk, I didn't graduate.
Learning.
Dude, you're learning. You can't help but learn. So teachers when you think you didn't penetrate or I know about bacteria. I didn't learn that from my dad. And let me tell you something. They're teaching strangers. Did you ever try to teach somebody in real life or even tell them where something is? How hard that is?
I'm terrible at it.
Yeah, just tell somebody where something is. You know, they're like, you know, it's in the bottom cabinet. Not in the living room. It's at the bottom cabinet. It's underneath the shelf, you know? And these are the people that you love, you know?
Yeah, these are the people you do love.
Yeah. Oh, my
It's a little much. It's a little much over there, Steve.
That was a beautiful tribute to teachers.
It is, and if you're a teacher out there, thank you. And let me tell you something. For those people that are not standing as I tribute the teachers,
More
I
patriotic.
spit on you.
Really?
I spit on you. I like to take nice things and make it so aggressive where I spit on people. You know? You know what I mean? Like, how about a hand for our teachers in the crowd? And then if no one applauds, like, I spit on this audience. That's how much I love teachers. Puh, puh, puh. I spit on the whole first row. Puh, puh.
So let me ask you, you were looking
Why
for...
am I yelling? Is it annoying or
You always
funny?
do.
No,
you always do. But that's okay.
You're not annoying, Todd.
The music, you were looking for musical accompaniment.
Oh.
Did that work out for you?
A lot of niceties I got to get through. That's what I call them. There's a gentleman, and so you put the word out.
You met him at CVS.
Band this time.
Okay.
Wait, what did you say about
You met him at CVS.
See how good I am? I don't let it fly by.
Yeah, you know. You're good.
So I put the word out, and his name is Devin Caldron.
Okay.
And now they have they do like a dueling
combo?
piano.
Oh, okay.
And they do it at all different places. Oh, I wrote it down. I may as well give them a plug. It would be cool. Oh yeah. Their name. So intern. Oh, it's lovemeduel.com. So
Okay.
they play it all different places.
Cute name.
Lovemeduel.com. It is a cool name, right?
Like that.
But his partner, well, his wife that he plays with in a dueling piano, she used to be an intern here.
Really?
Intern
It's Mary.
Yes,
Oh, she's great.
It's
Mary, guys.
She's great.
She's awesome. Yes.
Yeah, and let me tell you something, guys. Thank you. So when I said, hey, even if you don't have something like, shot already, to wake up, take a camera, hold it up and play 2 songs. As soon as this guy did it, I'm like, oh, this guy's going to be great. He plays the guitar, he plays the trumpet, he sings. So thank you for finding me a gem. And
So they're performing with you?
well, not Mary.
Okay. But
Mary
he
got
is.
hit by a bus. And
Shame.
We love her.
We really loved her.
He was a great intern.
Yeah.
She did get in the way of buses a lot. Even
She
she
did. Because she wanted to jump in front of him and sing.
Right.
Tragic flaw. Really.
Tragic.
She loved that Doppler effect.
Yeah, Devin, and Devin's going to play all weekend
That's
at
excellent.
Helium. Yeah, so thank you. And then we Zoomed the other night, and he just said, he goes, is this the way you want me to do this? Is that, I go, oh, this guy gets it. So.
I love the approach because it's very hybrid Las Vegas-y, but it's very knowing, and I think that just adds a whole element to it. And you obviously you found your groove there.
Yeah, the music is. I really enjoy doing the music.
Yeah.
It just sets a whole tone when they come in. When they sit down, he'll be playing like 20 minutes before showtime, and just starts the show already.
That's cool.
And I'm going to. In October, my goal is to do an off-Broadway run of the show with the band.
Really?
And presented by somebody.
Are we gravitating towards a one man an evening with?
It's my stand-up with just all that polish around it. So if you were craving stand-up and you went to see the show, you would like it,
right?
But it's got a lot of polish around it. Like I did it in L.A. I did a run of it. It's basically what I do at Helium, but a little more. But I have a saxophone player playing in the street as they're walking up to the place.
Oh wow!
So you start entertaining them 2 blocks before they get there, and then the show, there's a band playing as they're coming in, and then when they leave, I had a cookie truck outside, and when the band's done inside, 2 of them go outside and play. So it's just the whole night from
That's
2 blocks
awesome.
before they get there till when they leave. And yes, sir.
Todd, you and I were talking a little bit off air, and you're a student of comedy. I'm curious as to what your delineation is between a one-man show and a stand-up show.
Well, you know what? That's something that me and my comedian friends talk about a lot. And we were just talking about Mark Maron's.
Yeah.
Now, I would say that dealt with some really dark things, but still is stand-up comedy. Once in a while, I'll see something, even if I love it, forget about stuff, let's take off the plate, I don't like it. I was like, oh my God, that was so inspiring. But I go, maybe they should have labeled it a one-man show, or one-person show. But hey, maybe some people would say that about Mark's, but I thought Mark's was like...
It's stand-up, because that's linear. That's linear to what he was doing before. You know who
Yes.
who had success? Colin Quinn. that would be different from his stand-up. He did one-man shows about the Constitution and things of that nature, where there was a real...
And they branded it that way.
Right, they branded
so
it.
So you knew
and
you weren't going out to see stand-up, but because Colin just has stand-up in his blood, I'm sure whatever he does reeks of it. But
so are they just like inherently less funny by definition?
I don't think less funny. I think you can be a little, maybe with a one-man show, it can be a little...
Weeds a little more serious in with the comedy as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, again, you can do it in the stand-up realm, too, but there's just maybe different rules. But, hey, stand-up can be
You're
whatever
not here
you
to
want.
rewrite it all. Yeah, no. But you would never consider, I mean...
You know what? I don't... I like doing stand-up, and I don't like having the parameters of having to follow something that tight. I wouldn't be having a ball. So for me, it's getting to do my stand-up but being loose, but having this tightness all around it. Like the band comes out. Like I had trumpets. I had trumpet. I had saxophone. I mean, on the show I did in L.A. where somebody saw it and goes, we should try to do this off Broadway.
Well, I was just kind of leafing through your autobiography.
You were?
And yes, in preparation for this.
Everyone quiet!
That would be, to me... It's really amusing, and it's fun, and it's funny, and it's touching. If you were to do a one-man show, I think you could do something predicated on that.
Maybe I could have one of those one-man shows where they come out and it's like a blackout where they're like, Mama! And then it's a blackout or something. They're like, come on in, there's plenty of food for everybody. Blackout. There will be a 1-hour intermission.
Very dramatic.
By the way, I want to share something with you here.
Oh, good.
Please.
And go back to...
What kind of music do you want for this?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You want something that needs music?
Well, no, just whatever.
No.
If you need some mood, you let us know. We'll throw it in there.
I got it. Yeah, give me a little... I want to talk... Yeah, can I have a little patriotic music? This is for...
More patriotic music.
This is for the Preston and Steve. This is somebody out there needs to hear this.
Okay.
And I'm going to help someone. Someone's going to thank me. They're going to thank you. I guarantee you're going to get emails. Someone out there is in a situation with a significant other, or they have a roommate, and there's somebody that leaves their dishes in the sink. Let me hear the music here.
Okay, yeah.
And so, I wish I had reverb. You only have the reverb, right?
Well, you're more than welcome to use it.
Oh, yeah.
You just say it, I'll repeat it.
Can you just repeat it for
Can
me?
you
Like
just
if I
repeat
go
it for
hello,
me like
you
if
all
I go
go
hello? Can you?
hello?
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 Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Ladies and people all over the tri-state area and the Conshohocken Curve, if you have a roommate or a significant other and you don't do the dishes, stop making the person that wants the dishes clean the wrong person. Don't do it. That's what they do. I'll do them tomorrow. When one person cooks, how about, especially when one person cooks and the other person agrees to do the dishes, they do them tomorrow. You know what? Then you should say, then I'll cook tomorrow. I'll cook tomorrow. You want to clean it tomorrow morning? I'll make some chicken for breakfast tomorrow, and you can cook. No more with this. Stop it. And I know there's two people looking at each other. I guarantee you right now there's two people.
What are you saying now? You're saying if someone...
You stop not doing the dishes and then make the other person look crazy.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not that they don't do it.
Are we sure that patriotic music is right for this particular conversation?
You're right. Maybe
you're echoing the exact same speech that Harry Truman gave.
No.
I believe the way the dishes work out is not equitable.
Maybe I should have had...
I kind of feel like maybe like something like this.
Yeah, people's court where you're deciding. Yeah.
The plaintiff doesn't do the dishes. But they always make the other person look, they go, hold on one second.
Yeah, you got it?
This? Hold on, here we go.
Oh, we got props?
Sunglasses.
Do you think I could sell coming in with sunglasses?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
It really does make you look better.
It does.
Especially if you're getting heavier and you wear them around your neck. Anyway.
It holds up your flap.
Did you ever get on the scale and suck your gut in? It's a weird thing.
You're going to weigh less.
I don't have time to mess around. Yeah, like get on the scale like the scale's guessing your weight. What are you, 180? I'm 240. I was sucking my gut in.
You were talking about dishes and
dishes. Well,
the
that's all I wanted to say. I hope there's some because I want to pinpoint accuracy. It's that they do the dishes and they go, I'm doing the stop, and they make the other person look like they're crazy. Dude, if you eat, you do the dishes. Not tomorrow, preferably even before you eat. That's how I do.
We have heard with your fastidiousness that when you go into clubs, and we know this about you, that you're very organized, that you will make the green rooms much more pleasant.
You'll straighten them up.
You'll straighten them up. You'll decorate.
Yeah.
I bought a lot of lamps. Now, Helium, I will give them credit. They'll they do a lot of that stuff.
Okay.
Like they know that you don't just have the overhead lighting. Hey, if a comedian wants the overhead lighting, you got it. They, you know, but they have lamps. But I brought so many lamps for green rooms. They go to Target. What's it? $13
Right.
And well, I've talked about this before. Everything's too bright. The whole world is too bright. I go to weddings. I can't go to weddings because it kills me, and they want people to dance.
Are you photo sensitive?
No, I just think I'm into. It might sound crazy. I think I'm right. Just because 80% of the people do it wrong, it doesn't mean that becomes the norm, but it doesn't mean it's right.
Right.
Because when you go to a wedding and it's darker, people dance more. And it's more, you forget you're in the real world. But I go to weddings, I go, oh, they left the cleaning lights on. But they didn't. But that's
So let me get this straight. So like in the green rooms, you'll buy a lamp because you don't like the overhead lights?
Right.
Okay.
There's no in between.
Okay.
So what you do if you're at a wedding where the lights are not right, you go up to whoever the manager is and you say, hey, listen, the bride asked me to talk to you about this.
Oh, no.
The bride.
Guess what?
Yes.
I figure out ways to get the lights lower sometimes. At my niece's wedding, they were perfect, and then the photographer wanted them brighter because they're going to do speeches. And I go, it's the same thing we just talked about the specials. Like, so put them in the dark. That's where they're more comfortable. If you're hiring a photographer for your wedding, and let me tell you something, it's 2023. They cannot come around with those square halogen lights and go, oh, look at those people dancing over there. Let's say you weren't videotaping it, just for the hell of it, because it points out more of what you do to that atmosphere. Let's say you just had a light, but you're not shooting it. You're a crazy person with a big, bright light. And you went, oh, look at them over there all dancing in the dark. And you light it up. Oh, it's a searchlight. People go, well, turn that off.
Yeah.
And I want to talk about weddings.
Okay.
All right,
well, we
let's
are.
do this.
Do we have time?
Best wedding music?
Yeah.
You have wedding music?
Yeah, I think we do.
I'm going to change somebody's life right now.
Oh, really?
Just like
I
you did
think
with
so.
with the dishes.
With the dishes.
Yeah. A lot of revolution.
I'm not telling you how to have your wedding. I think this is fair advice.
We've always liked that about you. You never tell us how to conduct our
I give
wedding.
suggestions, but you end up doing what you want. So you'll understand by the end of this that I'm really staying true to what I'm saying. If you're getting married, you and your significant other, you plan it together. But what I'm saying is, don't do things that you didn't like. Now, we're gonna go backwards a little bit here. By the time I know someone's done it already, I won't say don't do it because I'm not mean. Like if someone goes, we're having our wedding, and I go, but like if you went to a wedding and you liked that you had to stand outside taking pictures in the boiling heat, then do it.
Right.
But if you didn't like it, why are you doing it? And I see it over and over and over again that people do things, and I know they didn't like it.
Are you saying that people don't, they can buck convention and do what they want to do as opposed to doing what they believe people think they should be doing?
I think they do it because it's their wedding and somebody goes, well, the pictures will be good, or it's outside, and they have the fantasy of an outdoor wedding will look like. But no one ever went. Have you been to weddings where you had to be outside when it's hot?
Sure.
Yeah.
No one enjoys it.
It's horrible.
Nobody.
So I'm saying if I go to a wedding and it's outside and it's hot, and casually I found out, well, yeah, they've been to weddings. If you like it, if you've been to a wedding and it was outside, it was 90 degrees, and you went, God, I love this, then I understand why you're doing it. And also, don't do a sit-down dinner. Don't do a sit-down dinner. No, unless I'm wrong. You know, perception's your reality. I think everyone's like me. I think people want to start the party. And I had a friend that had a wedding, and it wasn't a money issue because they had a lot of money. They just had stations, and they were really cool, and they had like appetizers and big appetizers going around all night long. People want to start. It's like you're waiting for the wedding party, then you're waiting to start. I went to this wedding. It started like the minute everyone got in there. They started, and then they took a little break, and they just had stations. The dinner, by the way, the dinner cranks the price up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I see people that have a sit-down dinner and then they don't have an open bar. Like, if you're going to have to make that choice, don't do a sit-down dinner.
Right.
I was to a wedding that was like, it must have been, when all is said and done, about 6 hours. And they had every sort of thing you're talking about, from the sit-down to every little step to the cocktail hour and all that stuff. And I don't care, from the richest wedding I've ever been to the basic, they're all essentially the same. And people waste tons of money. I love the stations, the buffet, that concept.
Even if you don't have a buffet, but you have one station over there, it doesn't have to be crappy. You say station and people think of peanut butter
like
and
a
jelly.
service station.
But you have just different things going on all night, and then the party starts and people want to nibble then. But the dinner, you're waiting and you're waiting. My niece's wedding was so much fun. They put a lot of their money into the band. There was like an 11-piece band.
Oh, that's
and the
awesome.
minute everyone got in there, they did some of the traditionals, like the bride and the groom came in, but they just started, and that band was wailing away, and people were dancing and having a good. And the light, I'm telling you, people, you know what? This isn't really funny. It's more just I'm turning into a wedding planner.
It needs to be said.
Nick, I got your wedding planner here.
I got engaged recently.
Oh, congratulations.
And my now fiance is a huge fan of yours.
Thank you. What is her name?
Andrea.
Hey, Andrea.
And she...
hey, baby.
I'll meet you at the Conshohocken and Curve. I don't know why I can't stop saying that.
It's a great joke. Yeah, it's never not funny. But I think our wedding will be small. You know, I don't think we're going to invite a ton of people. I've been married once before. That was a big wedding. It was a lot of fun, nice, venue. But this time around, it won't be outdoors in July, though. So thank you for that advice.
Yes.
What about you?
Dark. I'm telling you.
You want it to be pitch black dark, or do you want it
but like at a jazz club where people want to dance and forget about the world,
and
like
do opium?
Just do opium. Right. Hey, everybody. And then also, I would have a limit on this. You have to be heavy-handed. That there's a limit on the speech. 13 minutes, I'll knife myself to death.
I hate that. Yeah.
You can't do that. You have because it's torturous. It's people sit there and you start to get angry.
It's the worst.
All right, you know what makes us the most angry is when people go to a wedding and are giving the speech and have terrible mic technique. When they hold the microphone down here and don't know how to talk on a microphone.
No, they have it. I've seen it so bad. It's like.
We're seeing this.
I never forget the time when Brian came in here, and then they don't know what to say. They say things. Brian was really hooking up with a lot of chicks. I mean, one after the other. They were just, and I thought, oh my God, isn't this ever guy gonna settle down? You know? Yeah. Meanwhile, everyone's like, ixnay on the all the girls that I hooked up.
Right. Well, they all think they're rewriting the speech. They haven't seen this yet.
They've seen it.
Yeah.
Not that I don't see good speeches.
No.
But
sure.
And you also have to be careful in a relationship when you meet people. You got to be careful, even in friendships, when their anger has catchphrases. You got to be very, when you're not on the bad end of it, it's funny, but they're like, you mess with the bull, you get the horns. They have little slogans for their anger. I never like those people, once you get to know me, I'm a nice guy. You know what I always like to say to those people? I'll meet someone who's nice right away. I'm too insecure to meet somebody that I got to sweat whether they like me or not. Who would want to meet somebody, go, I don't like them, they're nice right away. I like to earn it,
I have the same thing when people say, hey, I bust chops. Well, I don't want chops busted.
No, I don't want my chops, unless I know you love me.
Yeah.
Unless there's a lot of love being thrown back. That way you know that it's sarcastic. But those people go, I love you. No, I don't. No, I don't know you love me. I don't remember the last time you ever said anything warm or sweet or kind or nice. Or I'd probably be laughing when you made fun of me because I'd be positive it was a joke because of all the nice things you've said over the years. I'm just messing around. Drop dead. Thank you.
I
spit on you for that.
I had an idea, and let me see what you think about this. And I'd like to start this trend. You know how generally when you have someone in your life that you love, when you on a conversation on the phone or something, you end it with, okay, I love you, I'll talk to you later, bye-bye. What if we extended that a little bit to the people we just like? And at the end of the conversation, you say, all right, thanks, Todd, great to talk to you, I like you. And then you hang up the phone.
That might be a good idea. Hold on. Let me just try
I like you.
Okay. Preston, all right, I'll talk to you Friday. I'll see you when I come in on Wednesday.
Yeah, it's good talking to you, man.
All right, I like you.
I like you, too.
That doesn't even sound bad, actually. No. I like you. Because you know why? Because I love you can be hard sometimes.
It's also disingenuous if you don't.
Yeah.
Why bark out something just by rote?
I like you.
I like you.
I'm not so sure about you.
I had somebody on the phone say, bye, I love you too. It was like I called like a customer service line, and I guess it's just something that he said, often. So he was like, okay, thank you. Is there anything else I can do for you today? I said, no, that's okay. He said, all right, bye, I love you.
Oh my God.
And I was like, I sat there for a second. I was like, I love you too.
I was at I kid you not, I was at a drive-through not long ago. It was like a Dairy Queen or something like that. Put in my order done, and I think I said, okay, it's 4:59. Pull around. I said, all right, take care. I said, all right, thanks, bye-bye. That's what I said. All right, thanks, bye-bye. At the drive-thru, I'm going to see them in 10 seconds.
Oh, my God, we were just talking.
God, then I ran
into you 17 feet from the ordering station.
I have a friend who stopped going to this pizza place because as he was leaving, the guy goes, all right, I love you too. And he gets out, he goes, that guy thinks I love you.
I've said I love you, I think, once or twice in my life.
You seem like
maybe I was talking to someone else before, maybe my accountant, because I tell him I love him, so I'll cheat a little more. I like an accountant that, when there's the line, and if you cross that line, there's a line where you cross, and then it becomes illegal.
Yes.
You can do a lot of thrifty stuff, but then you cross the line and it's illegal. I want you to cross the line a smidget.
Do you?
Yes,
I'm the opposite.
Just a smidge.
I want to be way back from the line. I don't want to risk any audits. I want to err completely on the side.
Wait, can we erase that? I don't want anybody auditing me. Oh, no. Hold on.
You're good.
It was then that Todd realized he'd made a huge mistake.
Oh, my God, I made a huge mistake. Oh, my God, there's an auditor outside right now. I can tell you.
You've never been, have you? Audited?
No.
Yeah, you keep, I'm sure you keep your records and everything.
I am so nervous for, the taxes. I said this the other day. I go, is there any chance in our lifetime that they're going to do what Canada does? Because I'm tired. I'm petrified that my accountant is going to retire.
Yeah.
And then because you have a relationship with him, I'm like, am I just please end it already? You know what it remind me of? I like Christmas.
Are you begging your accountant to commit suicide?
No. I'm begging we go to Canada where they just have consumption taxes.
Okay.
Because it's like, it's the whole life. You know what it reminds me of? I really love my family, and I have nieces and nephews.
Yeah.
We all get along. I really want to preface that. And I love Christmas. But what I don't like about it is there used to be a time where we bought everybody a present.
Right.
And the best part about Christmas for me was getting together with my family and laughing. We would genuinely enjoy each other. And then there were the birthdays. And there was a period where we all met one year, and we go, you know what? Except for my brother's kids, because they were really young at that point.
Right.
We said, of course,
They've gotta have
Aaron
the
and
magic.
Katie, Aaron and Sammy. But we just decided we just call each other on our birthday. And we also agreed that we're not trying to get anybody. We all remind each other it's someone's birthday. It's not, so that was usually I remember, and that we didn't do birthday presents anymore. We just say happy birthday, and Christmas, we only did the kids. My life got increasingly better because before it was Christmas, birthday, Christmas, birthday, Christmas, birthday,
That's what he says all the time.
And it's like, I just want to live.
I want to live.
I'm the
So
same.
it's the same with the taxes, right?
Yeah.
It seems like it's always like, what, did you do anything about your birthday? Like, how old are your kids?
22 is my oldest to coming up on 16. So, no, we're still in birthday present mode.
Everybody can make an agreement, and it just makes your life. It really does, especially when you're doing it. You have 2 kids, right?
3.
You have 3 kids, but you have nieces and nephews.
But we made agreements with like my wife and I with anniversary and a couple other things. It's like, let's just exchange I love yous, and that's good enough.
Preston,
you know what
do you cheat on your taxes like Todd?
I thought you were going to say, do you cheat on your wife? In the middle of a show casually.
Do you cheat on your wife?
Do you cheat on your taxes? I cheat on my wife, but not my taxes.
No, that'd be wrong.
Yeah, I don't want to break the law. You got me thinking here right now, and I'm just thinking out loud because I have 2 brothers and a sister, and we do get each other birthday presents. But for Christmas, we just do a Pollyanna. That way you don't.
That's
have to
great too.
Yeah.
For Christmas, why don't you do each other's taxes?
Yeah, we could do that. No, but I think what we should, and I'm going to implement this because I think my older brother's got the next birthday coming up. Instead of like me and my sister and my brother all getting him a present, we should all just, let's we'll put up $50 each. And rather than get you like $3 $50
get a hooker.
Get you $150 hooker. That's a good hooker.
Thank you. Or a foot massage for every
hooker. Yeah. No, but like a good present that was like $150 in value. I think that would be better.
I tell you this,
a group gift.
What you're saying is exactly correct. To make an honest assessment, I love to give gifts, but also the onus to do that, especially if you have a huge family, can drive you crazy.
It can, and and if you love, I don't know,
it's
even
not like
in my
you don't love them,
stupid loud way. Yeah. Hey, if you all enjoy giving gifts and it's everyone's enjoying it, well then just keep doing what you're doing. Obviously. Yeah. Let's talk about squirrels.
Okay, let's.
Why not?
I love your bit about birds, though.
Why would a bird live in a horrible neighborhood? Yes. One time I was smoking marijuana and I thought that. I saw a bird. I go, why would a bird live in a bad neighborhood? My friend goes, I did that joke for 3 years. A friend of mine ruined it for me. He goes, why would any animal live in a bad neighborhood? I go, well, it's just easier for a bird to get out of there.
Yeah.
If you're a coyote, you still got to walk down the street, cut through a yard. A bird, it's a straight shot.
The joke is 100% legit.
Yeah,
You're right.
Bird. I heard a bird say, "I swear to God, this is a true story." He goes, "How far is it to the Vaughns?" Because there's like a dumpster over there, I guess. He goes, "Well, as the car drives, or as the bird flies." I'm like, "Oh, I guess they do that too."
True story.
True story.
Birds get it.
Birds get it. Birds. It's like I saw a pigeon walking down the street in New York City once, like he had somewhere to be. He was like, hustling, like, yeah. I can't wait till I can. And I thought I would never do this. I really want to be clear with that. If I could have somehow made a little harness to put a briefcase on him. And then imagine the joy he would bring people to seeing a bird with a briefcase. And you know how they're always wobbling back and forth?
Yeah. Doing the same strut as everybody else.
Yeah, they do, right. Just
like us.
Life. I'm on my way to the, wherever they
I
want.
can't take the hustle and bustle.
Do you know what? I almost brought my own little reverb machine.
Yes.
All I would have had to do is unplug this, plug it into it, and then from the reverb up
You'd be
here.
all set. But you didn't, did you?
Squirrels.
This
is going to bust your bubble.
Is this going to help a lot of people?
Yeah, no, this isn't going to help anybody, but I think it's
perspective.
Perspective.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve. How long do you think squirrels live in, like, I don't know how to say it. What's it when they're, like, in the wild versus, like...
In nature.
I said in the zoo because my friend goes, domesticated.
Yeah.
I have a hard time with that word. Domesticated.
There you
Right,
go.
yeah.
Domesticated. So how long? I said it to zoo because I just met my friend goes, what zoo has squirrels?
Right.
I know
The
that would
squirrel
be
zoo.
a crappy zoo.
I'm going to the squirrel zoo.
Yeah, there's squirrels.
Yeah, and on the way driving there, we'll see about 50 squirrels.
Yeah, we're in the zoo already. Look at that. There's a cat under that car.
They have pigeons too.
How long?
Well, you raise a good question, which is I always thought about this. Does a squirrel, when it happens into a zoo, know that it's now in a zoo? Because
I don't think they have squirrels in any zoo.
You think, of course, they
run around
into
wild.
zoos. Yeah.
Wild, not like.
They run around wild.
Yeah.
Well, there are safe. So here's the question. So in a situation like that, probably because you're right, they'd be safe if they didn't leave the, a Disneyland squirrel problem. But what do you think in the wild, like in the wild, how long do you think a squirrel lives versus if it was in
domesticated?
Domesticated.
If someone had it in a home.
Yeah, not that that's right, but we're just saying, you shouldn't have a squirrel.
So a domesticated or as
in the wild,
a kept squirrel as opposed to in the wild. I don't know how long what the life expectancy of a squirrel is.
It could be 17 years in,
captivity,
domesticated, but in the wild, it's like 4 to 5 years or 3 to 6 years or something.
Yeah, I was thinking like 3 years.
Well, they're
and
predators.
I thought about something. First of all, it's just hard to exist in the wild.
Yeah.
And every squirrel, their life ends up in murder. Every squirrel gets murdered.
It's possible they
hit by a car. Is that murder?
Yeah.
Well, not really.
no,
homicide.
it's an accident.
Homicide.
But
There's
they
no
have a
squirrels
homicide.
that live out
Yeah.
because once they get old and then they get eaten.
Well, I assume
I
some
thought that'd be
probably
funnier.
choked to death.
Meredith, don't do that, Meredith. I think she thinks it makes her look cool. She's smoking a joint.
Right in the studio.
Right in the studio.
Smoke it here.
Meredith, come on.
Good Lord.
Did you know, stop and think about this, is the truth, and we don't think about this, but that animals do, elk and bison, and they do, during particularly brutal winters, they will occasionally freeze to death from the elements. Though we think that they are prepared and can accommodate, weather changes, they will occasionally die because of the elements.
It's hard to just
It makes
exist.
you appreciate the squirrel more.
Not such a bad life.
Yeah. Well, listen, if you were a squirrel or a bird, where would you choose to live?
Well, I thought about that. Definitely Disneyland.
Yeah.
I can't see that. That's got to be pretty good.
Tons of snacks that make it to the pavement,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
One time I saw, this is a little bit what we're talking about. There was a seagull, I think a seagull, in like a little dumpy shopping mall near I live. Not too close. I don't want you to think I live in a bad neighborhood. But and I saw it. And what happens is sometimes when it rains really heavy and there's like this is the first part's true. And there's big puddles like in a parking lot, just a big puddle. They think it's a body of water. For some reason, they will land in those areas. And I see it, and I know it's not talking to me. I'm not crazy, but it's just there, and it's a seagull in the middle of and I go, oh hi. And then I go, oh, I like that you live here. You class up the place, And he's like, oh, I like it too, But
Wait a
anyway.
second, Todd Glass?
The voice. I thought that was Kathy for a
I'm a
second.
big fan.
Open and close your mouth when he does that.
Hi, my name is Kathy Romano, and I just love you, Todd.
Oh, thank you. So anyway, enough with the birds and the squirrels and the animals and the dogs
And these kind of things.
Hey,
There
can
was
I was at your house in September. And
You were away.
Peeking through your window.
You were there. But
This
when
is
I
news to me, but go ahead.
When I walked into your backyard, you had clearly had some people over the night before, but I couldn't help but notice the bottles of soda that you had on your table and like how vintage they looked.
Let me tell you something, Casey. You're very perceptive. I sometimes, first of all, I didn't have people over the night before, but I will tell you my trick. Now, if I'm not having people over the next night, I will.
You make it look like you had.
I did. I will leave some stuff when I clean the. It all started, and I took it to another level. I was at someone's house years ago, and we were all helping the mom clear the table. And everyone was clearing the wine bottles and everything. She goes, no, let's clear the trash. You can leave the glasses and the wine bottles. It's the energy of the night. So if some people come in 2 hours from now, it just says, oh, this has been something. So I switched at my house. When I'm cleaning off the table, I tell everybody to leave the glasses and the wine bottles, anything that looks aesthetically like what I call movie sloppy. Okay. But they're not going to have a scrunched up white dirty napkin, you know?
Right.
So sometimes at my house, like when I'm clearing it off at the end of the night, it seems so I don't know, planned, but I will leave some of like a few wine bottles, and aesthetics. I'm obsessed with aesthetics. So
To make it look lived in?
To make it look lived in. So when people show up, right away it looks like there's some activity. It's not so like clean and perfect. So there's a few wine bottles, and so I'm very aesthetic. I'm obsessed with it. It almost it causes trouble. So when I buy soda, I buy like the old antique, like Coca-Cola or Sprite or Squirt in the glass bottles.
And you leave it out to create that as sort of a decoration or a
just if I know I have people come, like if I'm having a party or have people over and nobody's coming for any, then I'll just clear it off. But if I know I have people coming over 2 nights from now, I'll leave a few things out so it looks.
It seems to stand in direct contradiction though. For you're very cleanly and everything in its place, and that seems to be has this been a tectonic shift for you?
Well, I call it movie nice.
Okay,
like it looks like when you see a movie and a sloppy table. Like I said, it doesn't have like. Just a chicken bone that's been gnawed at. And
well, you also didn't have like cans of like Diet Coke just sitting out there,
No, it's still. But yeah, like by the way, you know what's funny about, and I'm not even, because I do. I try. I'm trying to be a vegetarian, but I eat meat, so this isn't judgy. I can still talk about it.
It's not working so well.
Yes, exactly.
It's a new kind of vegetarian where you eat meat.
Eat meat. It's so much easier. Is anybody here a vegetarian?
I'm more a pescatarian.
Okay, cool. Well, I admire anybody that has the commitment to do that, and I'm trying. But but I eat meat. So the point was just to say I'm not judging people. But it's weird that we still eat meat. Like I'll say it in a weird way, off the bone. Right. Like, because we're very proper society, and we're very, like even if we're, we're like, like we're civil, we try to. It's a weird way to say it, but I picture like a little kid seeing a movie, and he goes, when did they used to eat meat? Like, well, he goes, well, of course, son, we still eat meat, but like, when do we eat, like, gnawed off the bone at a restaurant? He goes, oh my God, that's probably like, I think probably the early 1900s. You really don't see that. But you still do. We have a civil society, but you'll still see someone in a nice restaurant. Sorry, sir, you have to wear a jacket.
Yeah.
Oh, please, and then they're over there with their, I love the sauce. It's its blood. It's its blood.
It's actually not. Now, Preston, we found this out. You answered this question. That red juice on is not blood. Right. It is from the what is it again? Is it the marrow or what is it?
I forgot what
it's
exactly.
An enzyme
it's
or
from,
something. I always thought that as well.
Yeah.
Myoglobin.
But you're gnawing. How about that part where you it looks like something you go, oh God, can you imagine if we still did that? We do.
Yeah, we do.
People are disgusting. That's my point. That's why I came here today.
You spit on them.
That's why you came here.
Hey, I wanted to compliment you on your Uber driver videos that you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're very funny. If people don't know, Todd is basically an Uber driver in these little vignettes, and they're very funny. What prompted that?
That is a good question. And during the pandemic, look, I've noticed that I'm talking about comedians, but it's probably people in life. But comedians always have sort of poo-pooed, if I could say, on anything new. A podcast, Instagram, Vines. And I didn't want to do that. I thought, I don't have to love everything new thing that comes in front of me just because there's something, that's not my thing. That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But I started watching TikTok during the pandemic, and I fell in love with it.
Yeah.
I thought you really have to get into it to know what it is. Otherwise, I get why people go, yeah, it's just the dancing and the stuff. It's that too. But I thought it was heartwarming. I thought it was inspirational. I thought it was funny. Sometimes it would be like a 30-second or 20-second little funny thing. But I was having a little trouble getting my footing on it. But I loved it because it's bells and whistles and music and little. So there's a comedian. His name is Chad. His name is Chad Maxwell, but his TikTok name is Chad. Chad is bored.
Right.
And he's a friend of a friend's and sitting around eating breakfast one night, and we're talking about. I go, what about these people? I know some people have millions, but what about these people that have like 400,000 followers? And he raised his hand, and I go, how many do you have? He goes, I have. I go, don't be shy. He goes, I have 5. I go, how long you been doing it? Just a friend of a friend's, a younger comedian, or not really a comedian, but he goes, I've been doing it for 8 months. So I go right home, I look at his TikTok, and I could see why. He's consistent.
Right.
He definitely has a style. And I asked him if he wanted to help me with my social media, basically my TikTok.
Yeah.
I went from and I've been having a ball doing it because I don't have to, when you have 500,000 people, you learn a lot. Like when to post things, what not to do.
Sure.
Don't plug your show at the end. The algorithm eats it up. So I went from having 600 people to having almost 100,000 in 5 months.
Wow.
And I'm having a ball, like just being creative. He comes over, we do fun things, and then he edits them. And
is the Uber thing that's a byproduct?
That's something we're doing right now. And then in a month we won't do that. We did these other things where I was like looking out the window.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes, I love
them.
I
They're
saw
great.
the window.
And then those are good because it's boring. I don't have to talk about that. But the point is, I'm having a really good time doing it. Now, ultimately, I hope it helps put people in seats if that's the vehicle.
Right, but you're a content creator naturally, so you're just redirecting it. It's something that even we do on a level. I mean, we do almost 5 hours, every day. But the truth of the matter is that those little things to get the word out. When we first started the show, the people didn't know what a podcast was. They had no idea.
Remember we talked about that coming here.
What is that? What is that? And so the initial suggestion was, we'll put up the 10 minutes from the show. Don't give everybody. And Preston and I were like, well, listen, if they want to hear the show, put the whole show up. If they like it, then they will quite possibly listen in real time, which is exactly what happened.
And I was telling Meredith, but while we were driving here, I go, it's funny, I always forget when I'm in other cities. Like I'll be in Chicago, I'll be in Atlanta, or, wherever I'm at, and people come, hey, I heard you on Preston and Steve. And in the beginning, I would forget. They go, oh, we listen to the podcast.
Right, yeah.
Or they started because they lived in Philly, but then they tell someone else. I met one couple, I go, oh, you're from Philly? They go, oh, no, but we have friends that are from Philly, so they turned us on to the podcast, and now we just listen to the podcast.
Yeah.
So I've been really just having the time of my life. I mean, it's just a lot of fun for me and enjoying it. So I'm glad you saw some of those.
We got to wrap up, Todd.
We got to wrap up.
Yeah.
All right,
we got
here
some
we
guys
go.
coming up, but
all right, let me do 3 quick things and then talk about what I wanted to talk about. Number one, Helium tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then
Sunday's
I'm doing
wrong.
Sunday, and then John and Peter's on Monday, 2 shows in New Hope.
Okay,
so that's going to be a lot of fun. Devin, Calderin, and Mary, thank you both very much. And City Hydration, I'm loaded up on vitamins today. By the way, I saw some sports people there, but I promised I wouldn't say who they were. Thank you, City Hydration. I went to the one in Wayne this time. Okay, here we go. So, we had talked about this off the air, and I thought about why, when I was wrapping it up, why I wanted to talk about this. And you guys, during the pandemic, I had come on and said that my mom was dealing with cancer, and we couldn't go. We couldn't go to visit her, and it really crushed me. And I had to talk with my mom then. I asked her if she was scared because, she was told she had a short period to live. And then I asked your listeners to send stuff. And I said, hey, look, I don't care if you send a Post-it with a happy face. Like, I didn't want anyone to go, I got to get a card, you know?
Right.
My mom got like 100, like a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And it really melted my heart. And so I wanted to say thank you for that. Unfortunately, about a week ago, my mom lost.
She passed.
She died, yeah. And God, I thought on the way here I was saying what I was going to say in my head, and then I thought, oh, good, you're not going to cry.
Listen, it's completely understandable.
Yeah, I know. And so, sometimes my mom was just an amazing woman, and I know a lot of people. A lot of people go through this. I had never gone through the hospice before. Where she wanted to do it at home.
Yeah.
She had her dogs in bed with her. I had never done that, and it's the hardest thing in the world to do, but. my friend Kevin gave me great advice. He's a therapist, and he said it's an honor and a privilege to take that person to the next phase in their life.
Exactly.
And I took that to heart.
Yeah.
I was home. I fed her sherbet. I held her hand. I said a lot of things to her, like that were nice. I was glad that I said them. I'm glad that he told me to say it. But sometimes what overwhelms me more than when I'm thinking about, anybody that's been through this, it's tough. It's really tough. Is what overwhelms me, and this is just what I wanted to say, was that the kindness in people.
Yes.
Okay. So, to the listeners out there, like to send those cards, like that just killed me. One of the nurses took a picture, and then my mom, sent it to me, and I see the wall, and there's stuff all over it, and it just killed me with, just an act of kindness can just make you really just start just bawling, overwhelmed with emotion.
That's what people are about, and you learn it all the time.
You do,
yeah. And your mom was a part of our show because it was so. We feel like we knew her, and as I had written to you, I know you were a great source of joy in her life. I mean, I know it was just fun to have that element, and it's wildly painful. But what your therapist friend said about being there when it counted. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, that you have that is something that will, that it's weird to say a joy, but no, it's painful, but it was an honor, and I like that he put that in my head. Not that I wouldn't have been sweet and kind if he didn't put that in my head. But, I sort of have this thing that I say, you can only be sometimes as happy. Now, look, it depends who's dying. Different deaths are different. Obviously with children, it's a different thing. But my mom did have a good life, but it still punches you. It's still your mom. You know? But, that you can only be as happy as you're sad. So when you reach deep depths of sadness, if you do a little work, you can take it back to the world and be appreciative and make you even happier to have that stuff. So I, just like even me and my nephew embracing, like I'd never hugged my nephew, and I love my nephew. We're very close, but we just embraced each other. It was like, we go back to the world with knowing a different type of love. But I just wanted to say that, it really restores your faith how decent we can be as a species. No. So if you send something, or even if you didn't send something, even if you thought you wanted to send something, I appreciate that. Yeah. Because I've done the same thing. I thought, I got to send somebody something. And so even if you just thought of sending something, thank you. And thank you doesn't really cut it. But for just, over the years, I know I've been always there. God, my mom needs a landscaper. And so I just wanted to say thank you to the listeners. And, it really melted my heart. So we'll leave it at that. You're very dear to us. So, and the fact that you're sharing with us, it's a painful time, but also, and I thought about this when my mom passed away years ago, is that the last thing she would have wanted is for sadness and to just be crippled with despair. No one wants that. So you honor her by going out and making people laugh and doing what you're doing. Right. And that's the greatest gift.
And that's why I didn't cancel my shows. I did cancel a Canada tour I had because I want to go back to California. But it turned out that this happened. And then I'm walking into Philadelphia Helium where I'm enveloped with love. And then coming in here, really worked out just, as beautifully as it can. And I do. I let myself be happy. Sometimes I'm like, when I was in here laughing, I wasn't thinking in the back of my head or putting on a front. Yeah. I was laughing. I was having a good time. Yeah. And then when you think about it, you get sad. And then I let myself cry. I let myself ugly cry. I also let myself laugh. I let myself make twisted jokes. Mm-hmm. And so we'll leave it at that. But guys, I love you all.
We love you.
And the listeners, thank you. If you want to come to the show and wear a bow tie in the honor of my mom, it's really for me, but I'm really trying to work that. And there you go.
Well said.
And now... Wait a second. Hold on. I'm going to try it.
Here you go. You want it on the reverb?
Hold on. I think I can do it. I need the headset.
We got to start it over.
Okay, hold on. We're back it up a little bit.
Drag it halfway through.
Okay, hold on. Well, we restarted it, but here we go.
And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtains. Oh, what's the words on there for? My friends, drag it a little further.
These aren't, the words aren't in sync with what we're playing on the air.
Life is full. I've traveled each and every highway. Is this sounding, this is horrible.
It sounds amazing.
much more than this. I did now. I don't think I did it. Let me try one more time. Here we go.
Here we go. And every
highway and more.
There you go.
Much more than this. I did it my way.
There you go.
Yes, there were times. I'm sure you knew. When I bit off, all right, I'm done. Thank you.
Wow.
What's happening?
That's how you end the show right there.
You know, I have never seen Sinatra, but I think I just did.
It's like the final month.
All right, Todd, we love you, sir.
Love you, everybody.
Thank you for being here, and go see Todd at Helium Comedy Club all weekend long this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, Todd Glass. And with that, we are going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment. Katie Sackhoff will be joining us. Stay with us, friend.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. Preston and Steve.
So you can be cited right there for that.
Well, he got arrested for being an idiot anyway.
He did, yeah. So then he used profanity to tell a supervisor showed up on the scene as well. They called for backup, and he told the supervisor that he was really ugly.
Yeah.
You're really ugly.
You're just ugly.
If you don't watch out, I'm going to grab your wrist.
So he says, "Who you wife? Damn." You guys are so mean. Whatever.
He's going to squeeze it really hard, though.
I'm moving on.
Okay, move on.
Who you wife? I need to focus on this because
she's a newswoman.
I don't know if this is English.
And we're distracting her.
Sorry.
All right.
Who you wife? Damn, I forgot he ain't got one. Damn, he said.
That was well performed.
Okay,
Who
thank
you
you.
wife?
Who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. Don't forget the damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Who you wife?
So
Damn.
Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott.
Excuse me, who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. You ain't got no wife? Damn.
That's a different way.
John Houseman performed.
You wife. Damn. You ain't got no wife. Damn.
Well done. You know what? It's like I was there.
Exactly.
It's like I was there on the scene. The Harry Potter film franchise is indelibly linked to Alan Rickman.
Yes.
And his portrayal of Professor Severus Snape. But Rickman wasn't as enamored with the role as fans were and still are, a new trove of letters reveals.
I think it sucks a bag of beans. Mr. Potter, this role sucks a big bag of Harry D. If he didn't like it or had issues with it, it certainly didn't show up on screen. He was excellent, and to his emotional, spoiler alert, ending in the series.
Yeah.
He was a critical part of it.
Yep.
Many of you are surely wondering why I have summoned you at this hour.
Guy's deliveries.
So good.
It's come to my attention that earlier this evening, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade. Mm-hmm. Now, should anyone, student or staff, attempt to aid Mr. Potter,
I just love the way he drags out those words, man.
they will be punished in a manner consistent with the severity of their transgression. Furthermore, any person found to have knowledge of these events who fails to come forward will be treated as equally guilty.
It's so good.
Fantastic. Wow. It's so sad that he's
You will
gone.
be called to my office, where I shall spank you with your pantaloons down around your ankle. I shall do so liberally and with great care. There will be a modicum of probing. Digits will be involved.
If that doesn't scare you straight, I don't know what
I might
would.
even break out the wand. At which point you will receive an enema unlike any you have ever received before. In fact, I will pay to have the owl watch the whole thing.
Oh my God! He's a cuck. The owl's a cuck.
Absolutely.
Hedwig?
Yeah.
That's
And then
When it is all done, I shall pleasure myself into the sorting hat.
Oh my God!
Not the sorting hat.
Oh man.
Oh my God!
He's always gone off the deep end.
That's when Rickman became bored with the character.
Right.
And he decided needed to add a little flavor to it.
Sure.
Oh,
It's
wow.
Because of his pentameter, I have had this ongoing debate as to whether or not he says yippee-ki-yay, I'll say truck. Yeah. Mudda truck or mudda trucka.
And that haunts you?
Well, I mean, I've talked about this ever since the movie came out. Does he put an ER at the end of...
I don't think
Bless
he
me,
does.
Father, for I have sinned.
Yes.
I'm worried about Alan Rickman's delivery of the role, Yippee-ki-yay, Mother Trucker. Do you have any sins to tell me about, son?
No. I just thought I'd talk about
I just
this.
wanted to seek your counsel.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think there's an ER. I think it's a...
Me neither.
The question you just raised is easily one of the most imbecilic things I've ever heard. I want you to come to my office, where I shall lock the door and spank your buttocks.
A man was spotted riding on the hood of a car barreling down the express lane of I-95 in Florida late Sunday. It appeared to be talking on the phone while he was doing it.
Yes, that's with anchovies and pepperoni, please.
Yeah, he's on the hood of a car going about 70 miles an hour. The driver in the other car that was filming this says the words, "What the actual F?" We're in mid-highway.
He's one hand holding on to the crease of the hood, and the other hand holding the phone to his ear.
A female passenger in the car seemingly could not believe what her eyes were seeing. According to the video, she said, "What is that? Oh, my God." The driver, Daniel Maida, who was filming this, told the Miami News Times that the man on the hood was somehow hanging on to the Mercedes-Benz C300 with one hand and appeared to be talking on the phone with his other hand. A woman behind the wheel.
Now, baby, I know I made a mistake. I know I made a mistake. But I think we can work this out. I just want you to listen to me, or at least slow down by 20 miles an hour.
We knew we were going to have one gentleman for sure that was coming in. We have two here this morning. This is a momentous occasion.
Call it an honor.
I'd have to say because he is the best-looking 60-year-old man I've ever seen in my life. It's his birthday today.
Yes.
So we first want to welcome our friend Sean Wayans, who's been here on many occasions. And his brother, Keenan Ivory Wayans, is here celebrating his birthday today.
Hello, this is how you do it.
This is how you do it, man. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, now all the women in my family are going to kill you because you said my age. And they all lie about theirs. So
You were working as a stand-up when you met Robert Townsend, correct?
yeah, well, when I met Robert and Eddie and all of us, we all started out at the same time and in the club in New York at the Improv.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how we, started working together.
And you I believe, if the legend is correct, that you are one of the writers or co-writers on Raw, correct?
Yeah, on Raw, I worked on that with Eddie. I also produced it, and Robert directed it.
I remember that day.
Oh, there was a picture. Put the picture back up.
Yeah, I was back there with you guys, right? And I was I was slapboxing with Eddie, and I almost hit him, and then security grabbed me and was like, "All right, all right, Junior, you about to mess up this money? Go sit your ass down."
Wow.
So I mean, that's cool. But all you guys have had such a massive effect on comedy and a type of comedy that I love. We all love. That is, you helped usher it in. Eddie Murphy did as well.
What happened in my career was I started out, sort of by myself.
Yeah.
And then as my family started getting into the business, I kind of realized that it was either going to be all of us or one. So I decided to make it about all of us. So I kind of stepped away from acting and started to
cultivate.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and Sean, we were talking earlier about how you were first on the show as the DJ.
Yeah.
And you'd already been doing comedy. You're doing stuff like that. But so from your point, Keenan, as you're seeing family member after family member, I want to do this. I want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a double-edged sword, or what do you first say to them when they come to you and they say you as sort of the default patriarch? I want to do this.
He nurtured us.
Yeah.
My thing with them was as long as you're willing to work. I always wanted them to know that it wasn't easy, and I never I would give them small opportunities in the beginning. I never gave anyone a starring role who wasn't ready. And, like I said, I made sure that they all put in their work. And, it is the fact that they're where they are in their careers now is testament to the fact that they they came in the right way.
Did anybody ever get mad at you saying, hey, I'm ready for my starring role?
Always. When Damon first started.
I was the DJ, man.
And you were a damn good DJ.
I could play sketches too and scratch.
Hey, the guy right behind you is really talented.
Well, when Damon first started, I told him, I said, give yourself 10 years. Yeah. And he looked at me like I was insane, and he was like, it's going to take me 10 years. Well, 10 years later, he was, ready.
We say the same. I tell like the interns and people who are coming up in the radio business, and now we've been, it's the 20th anniversary of the show, and I say, trust me, if you were to jump 5 years into the future and look back, you wouldn't believe where you were or how things have changed. Yeah. So that's very sage advice. But when you're young and hungry, it's hard to perceive that.
It is, and the thing is, youth is something that people think everything is supposed to happen when you're young.
Right.
And they're disappointed if it doesn't, because youth is when, you make the money, you chase the girls, you do. And that's the experience that everybody wants, as opposed to being great at what you do. Yeah. And being great at what you do takes a lot more time than that. And sometimes, youth passes you by. And I tell people all the time, if your goal is to be a CEO of a company, it doesn't matter if it happens at 20 or 60.
Right.
You still accomplish your goal.
Yeah. All right. So you have to be a really good talent scout, right? So within Living Color, were you the sole decision maker as far as who was on the cast and who wasn't?
Yeah.
All right, so it was because you did an amazing job with that, and you look at all of the people that came out of there.
Well, they were all people that I knew.
That you knew.
Right? So we were all in the clubs together.
Okay.
So when I got an opportunity, it was like, who's the funniest guys I know? Like, it wasn't really like a hard thing to do, because I knew they were funny.
You were working with people like Jim Carrey and all those guys were paying their dues.
And he knew what to do with them.
Right. Yeah. But that's a key. That is a gift. There's Lorne Michaels has that that ability, and also who's going to synergize well with each other.
But your show aired at 8 o'clock on Sunday, and so you had a younger audience in myself.
Right.
And I mean, I loved it. You know what I mean? Like Ace Ventura came out, I was like all over that. And
it got moved to 8. Started at 9.
Did it start at 9?
Yeah.
What Parker Lewis Can't Lose? Was that your lead?
The Ferris Bueller ripoff?
I love that show too.
Fox wanted to make it an anchor show.
Okay.
So they moved us to 8.
Okay. Did they initially, or because would it first really, because it kind of hit the ground running, if my memory was, and did they go, whoa, we need to bump this up?
Yeah, well, initially they were very afraid of the show. Period. Like they had no idea what was going to happen. But once the show was successful, then it was like every network strategy is going to be how many other shows can we launch?
Right.
So, they ended up moving us.
In this day and age of reboots, we're seeing TV shows rebooted. What's the likelihood? We don't have a good sketch show. SNL's the only thing going right now, as far as I know.
I think there's absolutely a new generation.
Yeah.
So it would just. I don't think that the guys from the past would
step forward. Yeah.
Yeah, want to do that again. But there's absolutely a new generation out there, and it would be fun.
Yeah.
We're in a time now where I think a show like In Living Color is needed, but at the same time, it's the sensitivity.
Can you do it?
Yeah,
no, that's a good question. We were wondering about that, about the. Preston and I were having a talk earlier about the comedy club or the theater. When you guys are there, that's your realm, and all bets are off. You should be allowed. There's safe spaces for satire and comedy and thought provoking, whatever you want to do. That's your palette. And there's been hits on it lately.
It's the phone.
Yeah.
You see, because
absolutely.
The people who are in the club, they paid to be there and they want to see it.
Yeah.
But people who are filming, now it's going to people who didn't want to see it.
You're
and
right.
then when they do see it, now they're pissed. It's never the people who are in.
That's why I didn't want to go. See that?
Well, speaking of that, even some rock bands have adopted no phone.
I don't think phones should
get
be
outta
allowed.
here.
I think you're there for the experience and enjoy the experience. And
well, Kevin Hart played the Link, the stadium here, and there was a no phone rule for that whole show. It can be done. It's a pain in the ass, but I mean, I would agree.
Yes,
with that,
you lift a clip
100%.
out, you lift a soundbite out of context,
Yep.
and people are going to go ape.
It's just crazy.
I heard somebody, and I don't remember who the performer was, saying recently though that they, it's really easy to see from the stage when somebody does get on their phone. Have you guys noticed that? Like if you're up on stage, you can tell immediately.
if the light is on,
You can tell, but you just don't want to stop. You got to understand. You got people in the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
You got momentum going.
Right.
And you're thinking about your next thing, and you're trying to be physical, and you're trying to be in the moment, and then someone has their phone up. Do you stop your whole show to deal with this guy with his phone up? And then kill the people's
No,
show?
you're right. So you
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. I mentioned the Bruce tickets. Yes, we have your chance coming up in a little bit. Do not miss out on that opportunity because it's happening each day this week. And like I said, you can go to the website. But we're going to be playing the song in the 9 o'clock hour, 1 in the 2 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and the 8 o'clock. And then tomorrow we ask you what those songs were. That simple.
We're trying to help you every way possible.
We're trying. We're doing what we can. All right, our next guest is online. Ready to talk to her. She's promoting The Mandalorian Season 3.
So excited.
I follow her on Instagram, and I now deem her the smiliest person on Instagram, without question. You'd always count on being in a good mood once you go to her social media. Please welcome the very lovely and talented Katie Sackhoff to the show. Hi, Katie.
Hi, how are you?
I see you're smiling right now. I can tell.
I am, because I think it's funny. I love the fact, listen, I'm always trying to spread some sunshine, so I love the fact that that's what you see on my Instagram.
I do. You post a lot of videos, and immediately it's just this big beaming smile when you go into whatever message you're going to pass along. So I personally appreciate that. Thank you, Katie.
Oh my gosh, my pleasure. My pleasure always.
It's funny though because you play. You're at this point. I think it's safe to say you're science fiction royalty because you've been involved in so many great things. And I am a super fan. We all are here of The Mandalorian. Very excited for this. This and Andor, I think, are the two benchmarks of what they're doing. But Bo-Katan, that's your character. You voiced this character in the animated series, and then poured it over to the live action. I had to assume at a certain point you had hoped this would happen, but thought, well, this never happens. But it did. Did that catch you completely by shock?
Oh my God, of course it did. I think fans tell me all the time. So I think this is actually correct that I may be the first person who's ever gone from animation to live action and playing the same characters. So it doesn't happen. It's very, very rare. And I grew up watching the show, so it was like, it took me a long time to realize that Jon Favreau was sitting across from me actually offering me the role and not just talking to me about it.
Well, it seems perfect. It almost seems like a no-brainer, but sure, when you're in the moment, as you said, nobody comes to mind who voiced an animated character and then went on to play it. But what I love is that whoever has handled it, the way you look live action is so close to the animated version. And did you have a lot of sway on that?
I did. So myself and everyone involved in this show is a fan of the show. So everyone wants to get it right. But I think that myself and Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau, it was like our mission to make sure that she looked as close as possible. And so I was in that hair and makeup trailer going, no, the scar needs to be bigger. She's got more freckles. We've got to get the eyebrows right. We've got to it took a while. But we knew when we had it right. And this season, she's even closer. She's even closer than she was in animation.
Awesome.
So I'm excited for people to see it.
Katie, I love Star Wars universe for a million different reasons, but one of them is because of how multi-generational it is. And so I'm 47 years old. I grew up with the original 3 movies. My son one, introduced me to the Clone Wars and to you and a character.
Yay.
And then to be able to watch Mandalorian with you in that show is really cool for me to just have it be from father to son and then son back to father again. And I'm sure you get hear from parents and kids all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's done that in my family as well, which is so fantastic. My dad introduced me to it when I was a kid, and then I introduced him to Clone Wars, and then now to sit with my daughter and be teaching her. She knows who Yoda and Grogu are. I mean, I think she thinks they're the same person. She's 14 months
But they're
old,
not.
So,
Yeah.
it's fine. I mean, she's been set with me. She knows the character. I'm so excited to see if she actually watches The Mandalorian and recognizes her mom. Really excited.
The thing that's so brilliant with The Mandalorian and Jon Favreau, and the fact that it is basically an homage, as Star Wars in and of itself was at a certain point, to the classic Western, the way that the show is conducted, the whole story of the Mandalorian, of Mandalore, of this Bushido that they live by is so fascinating. Now, there have been some rumors. First, tell people who haven't seen who your character is and what she represents to the world of The Mandalorian.
Absolutely. So I played Bo-Katan Kryze, who was born on Mandalore, for everyone who doesn't know what that is. And she was born into a lineage of royalty. She believes that she's the rightful ruler of Mandalore, which means that she's basically a Disney princess. And she's trying to, her goal has always been, first and foremost, whether you agree with her tactics or not, she's not black and white, people. She's incredibly gray. And she's always thought that she was doing the right thing for her people, and sometimes she's made some pretty big mistakes. So there may be a lot of atonement to be doing
well,
in the next little bit here.
Now, there's rumor that you and Mando are going to go at it. I mean, warring against each other in this season. Can you give us any teases about that?
Well, I mean, as a viewer of the show myself, that would make sense, right?
Yeah. I mean, all right. So it's very exciting. One thing that I think of, this is the way is the catchphrase. It's the phrase of the Mandalorians. How many times in a given week do you hear that barked out at you as you travel around?
It's so funny. I hear it all the time, but what's so funny? As Battlestar Galactica has "So Say We All."
So say we all. Yes. Yeah.
So I hear both of those so much, and I love it. I absolutely love it. I love that a catchphrase from a character I played over 20 years ago is sort of bleeding into this character now that I've been playing for more than 10 years. So it's just been an honor. It's just so much fun. I love it.
By the way, Katie, I have yet to watch Battlestar Galactica, but Steve here in the studio and one of my best friends whose opinion I highly regard have claimed that to be one of the greatest television shows ever.
It is.
Which is a bold statement, but I've heard nothing but how amazing that series was.
It was, I mean, I think the jury's out. It's pretty split on the last season of people, whether they loved it or hated it, the last few episodes, because we had to wrap it up, of course. But I think that was ahead of its time. That show was on cable when the only thing that cable had going for it was HBO. So, the show was ahead of its time. And I think that everyone who loves sci-fi knows what it is. And I think that people over the last 20 years have just been finding it more. And it is bigger now than it was then. And it will continue to, in my opinion, live on because it is really, really good show.
Is it streaming anywhere right now?
Oh, crap. I don't know. Probably Peacock or something.
I'm sure I can find
right?
it. Okay. Well, listen, we're thrilled that you're having such success, and The Mandalorian Season 3 is going to premiere on March 1st, and everybody's waiting for it.
You can catch up if you haven't been up to speed on it, but it's well worth it. It's a sensational show, and you are terrific in it, Katie.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, this is going to be a good season.
Excellent. All right, great talking to you, Katie. Take care. We'll see you soon,
too,
okay?
guys.
Thank you.
Yep.
Katie Sackhoff, guys. I love her. She's just a ball of positive energy.
And you got to see her in Battlestar Galactica because she's Starbuck and she is emotionally wrought and an open nerve and completely contrary to who she is in real life.
Wow.
But The Mandalorian is one, Preston, that just they did a thing with a twist with Bill Burr, who is a character, and he is they brought him back, and that whole Western vibe, that whole going from town to town to planet, it's so good. It's so well written. Jon Favreau's touch is everywhere. And Pedro Pascal, who's, I mean, playing somebody you don't really see a lot because he's wearing this helmet all the time, and he's phenomenal.
Nice.
Yeah, it's impressive to be a great actor when you don't see the guy's face.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, listen, we do have to take a break because we got to fit in a Bruce Springsteen song here, and we're going to do it right on the back end of these commercials. You want to stick around for that. But I would like to give you something while you're waiting. We have the Preston and Steve skate date, flight on ice, Delco rink. It's at Harrah's, and it's tonight.
Yes.
Actually, more like this afternoon because it's still light out at 5 o'clock. So we're doing 5 to 7 today. And if I have a couple of pairs of passes left with rentals, so we'll take callers 10 and 11. So it's tonight from 5 to 7. If you're free to join us at Harrah's Philadelphia Casino in Chester for the Delco River Rink, we'd love to go skating with you. We're all going to be there.
And it's covered.
And anyone can join us as well. 215-263-WMMR. That's right. Even if there were inclement weather. I'm not really seeing rain on the forecast, but it's covered. You can be a part of this. Callers 10 and 11. We'll get you the free passes and the rentals. But if you want to come and hang and skate with us tonight, we'd love to see you. And this might be like the first whole show appearance we've done in
forever.
Yeah,
years.
right.
I mean,
we
the
did,
last was the mixer.
No, we did the square dance.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the sorority.
Okay.
I meant. Yeah.
All right, 215-263-WMMR, but come out and hang with us. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in seconds of Bruce and then the B-File. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3
being the idiot.
Yeah, which is
Or
also
pull the phone
good.
out. But
You channel your Richard Pryor.
yeah, if I gotta stop, I'm gonna destroy you.
Keenan, I have to tell you that I'm gonna Get You Sucker is one of my absolute favorite movies.
Thank you.
Hilarious. I think people need to revisit it, but I think it's also sort of it's the likely first step to getting to Don't Be a Menace, which that same sort of comedy, which has became the style of comedy. When you were putting that together, how difficult was that to pull everybody? You had a lot of cameos and stuff. Give us the idea of what that production was like.
I was very lucky. And Jim Brown really, he and Bernie Casey, once they came on,
got it done.
Then everybody else was like, well, if they'll do it. And
they were essential.
Yeah.
They were what Leslie Nielsen was.
Yes, they were the icons of the era. And so once I was able to bring them on board, it went really smooth. And it really was, it was an homage to them. So
and the blaxploitation movies of the 70s.
Those are the movies I grew up watching, and
so did I. They were
enjoyed
awesome.
them.
Yeah.
So, when I was writing it affectionately. So that's why I think that they responded to it. And then these guys did the same thing for their generation with Don't Be a Menace.
Yeah.
So I was on the set of I'ma Get You Sucker, 17-year-old boy watching his big brother do his thing and just taking it all in and going, man, one day I want to do a movie just like this.
Yeah, and you did.
A couple of years later.
Yeah.
Don't Be a Menace was born.
It's Sean and Keenan Ivory Wayans here, and we want to do something special because it's a special day, and we have something to bring out for Keenan. It is his birthday today, so we got a cake for you, Keenan. Yes.
He don't eat cake, though.
Happy birthday to you. So you don't eat cake, huh?
No, actually I don't. But I appreciate the 7 candles. It's my 7th birthday.
There you go. So you can blow out the candles, and there it is. The first ever Bond girl, Eunice Gayson, has died. She was 90 years old. She starred as James Bond's love interest, Sylvia Trench, opposite Sir Sean Connery in Dr. No back in 1962.
The iconic scene of all Bond movies, when James Bond first is introduced, she is across the, I don't know if we have the audio of it, from the clip, but she is across the table, and here it is.
I admire your courage, Miss...
Trench. Sylvia Trench. I admire your luck, Mr.
Bond. James Bond.
So, Sylvia Trench, you got to love the names that they gave these women.
Sylvia Trench, huge gaping gash.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you're going with Trench and Pussy Galore and things like that.
Pussy, Harriet Pussy.
Yeah. No, I
Countess Smelly Bunghole. Well, Miss Bunghole. Pussy galore. And that was, a lot of vagina. Was the,
the play off of that. A lot of vagina.
But Sylvia Trench. Yeah, hairy gash.
Hairy gash.
Slimy bush.
Slimy.
Putrid pooter.
Yeah.
All right.
Keep it going. I'm having fun.
Melisandre Double Fist.
Yeast infectantine.
Yeah. So
rest in peace.
What a lovely tribute to Eunice.
Chlamydia hysterectomy.
So, Steve, she was in From Russia with Love as well?
Yes. So he actually leaves her to go off on this mission, but the idea was to keep her sort of continuing the way Money Penny. It was sort of a flirtation to keep her in and out of his life, but they passed on that. But that's the first time in the Bond films where James Bond is introduced at the Baccarat table. I believe they're playing Baccarat. And it's great.
Did she know Steaming Butthole?
She knew Steaming Butthole was her sister.
All right. But anyhow, a post on her official Twitter feed read, an amazing lady.
Perhaps you know my sister, Queef Poop Splatter.
And my cousin, Purdy Turd Cutter.
So the Twitter feed read, an amazing lady who left a lasting impression on everyone that she met.
Did you say Queef Poop Splatter?
She will be very much missed. You know what? I got to point this out. Lately, when you've come in here and we're doing this crossover thing, I don't know where you're going.
Excuse me, what?
No, I mean your inflection. It sounds like, is he going to say something else, or is he done now? And I'm having a hard time. I think we're off. I think we're out of sequence. I think we're
We'll have like a
He does have a secret.
session.
He's become a soldier of fortune.
Oh
yeah.
Maybe let's do an Outward Bound together or something.
Furthermore, and that.
Hey.
What?
I wanted to ask you.
I can't believe this is hard.
I'm not saying you're stopping in the middle of what you're saying.
He's saying you're an unprofessional broadcaster.
You actually finish the words,
that's
and
certainly
then
true.
Your inflection is as if you're going to continue on, and then you don't.
Yes, of course.
You should have heard us all day. The amount of screw-ups and semi-said words and spotties.
Yeah.
I mean, yesterday, Preston looks at me and goes, what's going on? And I go, I'm just trying to get my head out of my ass.
Yep. So you're done talking now.
What?
Okay. What is on your show today?
There was once a time.
Oh, is that you doing that, Steve? I'm like, where's that noise coming from?
Beautiful day. Then I found myself camping. That part's wrong because I wouldn't camp.
That part's wrong in my own story.
And well,
I'd like to correct my story.
A Motel 6 is camping for me.
You going to U2 tonight?
Yes! Yes! And you have access to, right? You can be on premises, yes?
Something to talk about.
Thank God.
Oh, my God, yes. It's like a first date.
Oh, my God. We found something in common.
I like spaghetti, too.
I have a follow-up question. Do you think that the band will do anything for the radio station? I believe they've been made aware that it's the 50th birthday, but I don't know if they're planning on saying anything.
I don't know. There could be something from the stage, possibly.
May I recommend something?
Yes.
Put like a coil of speaker wire over your shoulder, put your hair in a ponytail, hold a Guinness, and pretend you're a roadie.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that.
Because, but again,
I cannot affect an Irish accent like you can.
Well, just pretend you could, in fact, make it a horrible one.
Okay.
You know?
Oh, goshly.
Gosh.
Did you just say, oh, Garshly? The hell does that mean? This man's an imposter. Don't just tackle him, shoot him.
Oh, Garshly Bob Bono. I've got.
My name is not Bob Bono.
I've got to tie me shoe.
Bob Bono.
Bob Bono. I remember you back when you were playing the clubs, don't you know?
Don't you know? Potatoes.
Potatoes.
Potatoes and leprechauns, right?
And
Am I right?
leprechauns. Yo.
Mr. Bono just goes, he's one of us. Potatoes and leprechauns, am I right?
Wow.
Shillelaghs, right, guys?
Shillelaghs, potatoes, and leprechauns. Right, everybody?
I love this text from somebody that says, I think you two just canceled. Case, we got to get you on one of those water jet packs.
Oh my God, I would love that.
We've got to get you on that. So I know they do.
Where's
have
the closest one?
They've got them down there somewhere.
AC they do.
We talked about it last year or the year before, and people said that they are available in certain spots. Very, very expensive to rent. But
Are they?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I don't know if that's the case or
Maybe
not.
we get a knockoff one.
A knockoff jetpack. But I personally would love to go on one of those things. But I'm dying to see you on one.
You see the dudes who are able to flip down and go underwater and dive it down and come back up?
Since they've had those out now for several years, there's people that have mastered them, and they can do all kinds of spinny, wild, crazy things in the air and then dive down in and back up.
I'm afraid that I would jetpack myself right down into the water and not be able to right myself, and then just
go down to the bottom and stay there.
Yes,
Down to the
just
bottom of the
continue
ocean.
to thrust myself.
We're watching video footage. They now have them where you can strap them on your feet.
Yeah.
That's
It's basically just a board.
That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. I wouldn't do that one. I would not do that one.
Killed on these.
Casey, who would be more?
Just screaming down to the ocean floor.
Where's Daddy? Any kids? Anybody see Daddy?
Please welcome Lil Rel Howery to the show.
What up? What
This
up?
morning,
What it
Rel.
do? I'm excited. Thanks for having me.
You bet, man. Thanks for coming in. For those who may not be familiar with you, you've had so many great, awesome roles, and you won the MTV Movie Award for Best Comedic Performance in the movie Get Out. That had to have been a nice little feather in the cap, getting an award for that.
Yeah, it was actually really dope because also last night my friend Tiffany Haddish received the same award.
Yeah. Yes.
We just took it. I told her this morning, back-to-back years.
And she's in Uncle Drew.
Yeah, she's in Uncle Drew also, which is such a fun movie, man, we did.
So explain for people who are familiar, they may have seen the commercials. There were the commercials were featuring the character of Uncle Drew. Explain what Uncle Drew is about.
So it started from, so people don't know this, Kyrie came up with Uncle Drew, and
He created it?
It's based on his dad. 'Cause
Wow.
his dad still plays basketball. So he basically created this he's better as an older version of his dad, but his dad still plays all the time. Just this older guy who's on the court still balling dudes.
Yeah. So it was him who came up with the idea this guy who sort of schools some street ballers.
And the first time he did, I think we always forget. So they did it in Chicago first, and nobody knew who it was. So it was actually a real court, real game. He showed up in the old man stuff, balled everybody out. I didn't even know it was Kyrie until maybe like the fourth commercial.
Yeah, because it was hard. The makeup was done, first off, very well. You could obviously see body-wise the guy, it would have been an exemplary shape, but the facial makeup was very well done.
It was very well done. That's what was so amazing about the movie with all the prosthetics, with all the players.
Yeah.
I'm almost forgot how everybody looked in real life.
Did you?
Because they'll be in there for 5 hours, so when I show up on set, they already old, and when I left, they were still old. So I literally forgot how everybody looked until Kyrie did that press conference when he went to the Celtics, and I was like, oh. That's your face.
Well, in the movie, so you have a team.
Yeah.
And you have your adversary is Nick Kroll, which is borderline science fiction that he's got, but I got it. So he's your adversary because he plays a good prick. So you guys are playing off against each other. He sort of steals he just crushes you. He's your adversary.
Yeah, he's destroyed my life in different times.
So that spurs you on to
have to find somebody to help me, and that's when I heard about Uncle Drew from different people, like the guys at the barbershop tell me about him, but I've never seen him.
It's a stuff of legend, but you figure you'll explore it.
Like, come on, whatever.
Yeah.
So it was like when Dax, his name, my character, discovers Drew, was really by mistake. It was after I couldn't find any new players to play on my team. Went around all these different playgrounds, and I just happened to be at a playground and see Drew take on this dude one-on-one. That's when I approached him.
And so what his one deal is he'll do it, but he has to be able to pick his own teammates.
Right, that's where the story gets hilarious and fun. That it's taking this road trip to pick up all these other old dudes.
And you're getting older versions of these great players.
Shaq and Reggie Miller.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Preston mentioned Get Out.
Yeah.
We had Jordan Peele in, I guess he was still working on Get Out. He was in promoting, I think it was Keanu.
Yeah.
And it became clear as we were talking that he was just a huge horror fan in this whole thing. And he was simultaneously sort of excited but nervous about what Get Out would be. None of you could have seen how this would take off the way it did.
No, I mean, when we did it, it was one of those things where like either this is gonna do well or it's not, right? And it wasn't a big budget, so we all did do it because we love Jordan Peele, and I just love the script. Once the trailer came out, and then we went to reshoot the ending, I'm like, oh, I think this is gonna do good.
What was your first indication? Was it the
it was the trailer.
The trailer.
It was the trailer.
Yeah,
the way when my family started calling me like, we can't wait to see this. I'm like, oh, this is a thing.
Yeah.
Why did you reshoot the ending?
Well, I wanted to ask about that too, because I watched both endings, and we don't want to betray what happens at the end of the movie.
Wait, I didn't know there's two.
Yeah,
it's on the disc.
On the disc.
You get it on.
You can see the original.
They actually got it on YouTube too. I mean, the original ending.
Which one did you like better? Before you go into the story about that.
I appreciate the original because it was real.
Yep.
But then also I knew as a fan of movies, we just needed a hero, man.
Yeah, it needed to have a more satisfying ending. I know what you mean.
People would have left the theater with different energy.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. Let's take one more shot at this. I got some bizarre file stories.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we're going to start with a pretty damn twisted story that I want to share with you. It took place in Alaska. A woman pleaded guilty to killing her best friend after a man she met online said he would pay her $9 million if she sent him photos and videos of her committing murder. Yeah.
So did that $9 million check ever come?
Denali Bremer pleaded guilty Wednesday to first-degree murder in the death of Cynthia Hoffman. Hoffman died from a gunshot wound. She was 19 years old. Her body was dumped in the Eklutna River, about 27 miles northeast of Anchorage. The Anchorage District Attorney's Office previously said that Bremer, who was 18 at the time of the crime, started planning the murder after a man she met online told her that he would give her money in exchange for evidence of her killing someone. Bremer knew the man as Tyler and had begun a relationship with him. But authorities said he had catfished her, created a fake persona as a millionaire from Kansas. His real name is Darren Schillmiller from Indiana.
So what kind of millionaire is he?
He's not a millionaire.
Oh.
Bremer and Schillmiller started planning several crimes in exchange for money, including the rape and murder of someone in Alaska. Bremer chose Hoffman as the victim and recruited 4 friends, Caden McIntosh, Caleb Leland, and 2 other unnamed juveniles to help her.
We'll split the $9 million.
Authorities said that Bremer and 2 of the teens tricked Hoffman into coming to Thunderbird Falls under the guise of a hiking trip. They bound her hands, feet, and mouth with duct tape and shot her in the back of the head and dumped the body in the river.
I mean,
This is insane.
So cold-blooded.
As the crime was being committed, Bremer sent photos and videos to Schillmiller. After killing Hoffman, the group destroyed some of her personal belongings, texted her parents that they had dropped her off at a park. Police said that there was no evidence Hoffman was sexually assaulted. Bremer admitted the facts. Bremer was arrested and indicted on first-degree murder. Schillmiller was arrested and indicted on 5 murder counts.
Good.
And McIntosh and Leland were indicted on 4 murder counts. How just messed up.
How detached do you need to be to follow through with that?
Yeah, exactly. Just gone. Just subhuman.
Without getting the money up front.
Wow, it's insane.
Yeah.
All right, this is really weird and certainly belongs in the bizarre file. An Irish inquest found that a man who died in April of 2022 was attacked by a rooster with a history of attacking people and killed by the rooster.
It's the damnedest thing I've ever seen.
The Irish Examiner in Cork Island reported that Jasper Krause
I have a specific set of skills.
was allegedly attacked by a Brahma chicken that was moved to his property.
They're big, right?
After
the Brahmas?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I know Brahma bulls are large, but I don't know about a Brahma rooster. An officer, Officer Brown, said that he responded to reports of a sudden death, and when he arrived, he spoke to paramedics who said CPR attempts to revive the victims were unsuccessful.
Man.
Brown said the man later identified as Krause was on the ground in the kitchen in a pool of blood with a wound on the back of one of his legs.
I don't want you to talk to anyone. I'm going to handle your case.
Corey O'Keefe.
Yes, I'm the chicken's representative.
Corey O'Keefe, who was a tenant, said that the house told what happened when Krause's daughter arrived at the house. She saw blood on the floor and paramedics performing CPR. Krause had a puncture wound on the left leg and a trail of blood from the house to the chicken coop outside. His daughter said during the judicial inquiry that she realized the chicken must have caused her father's death. The daughter said that she suspected it was the chicken with blood on its claws.
Yeah, it's probably a good bet.
Because it had attacked her own daughter previously. The examiner also reported that O'Keefe was questioned about the incident and said that he returned home from work at 8 a.m., fed the animals, and asked Krause how he was doing before heading off to bed. And
Listen, I tried to avoid saying this, but he made advances on me sexually, so I had to retaliate.
And a little while later, O'Keefe told reporters Krause was screaming for help. When O'Keefe went to see what was going on, he said he saw blood spurting from a large wound on the back of Krause's calf, which also had 2 other scratches. He quickly called for emergency services and was talked through CPR for about 25 minutes when paramedics arrived. As Krause went in and out of consciousness, O'Keefe reportedly said, apparently he said the word rooster.
And then screamed cock-a-doodle-doo.
Krause ultimately pronounced dead at the scene. The coroner recorded a death of misadventure or an accident.
Oh, man.
Describing the incident as a dreadful experience for the family. Nick, is this a Brahma rooster?
Yeah, they're massive.
Yeah, they're gigantic.
Oh, my God.
Do you think a rooster that was trained to be, in a cockfight could kill a person?
I don't. What happened here was a lucky shot.
Yeah, right.
So I don't. But
Don't they put razors
They
on
put
there?
razors
They do.
on. It's
these
unbelievably
barbs.
brutal. Yeah.
I could beat up
horrible.
a rooster.
You could beat up a
I don't
rooster?
think so.
Yeah.
Not a Brahma. They're jacked.
A woman has been arrested after police say she pulled a gun in a McDonald's drive-thru. 24-year-old Amari Hendricks is charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Police say officers were called to the McDonald's for a report of a woman with a gun in her hand. Officer detained Hendricks and spoke to employees. Hendricks, who's a fast food manager herself, it turns out, went before a judge Friday afternoon. Police say an upset Hendricks thought that she was entitled to a free cookie.
Oh, because she works drive-thru.
Hendricks was given the free cookie, but continued to argue. The next thing McDonald's workers see is
Professional courtesy.
Hendricks allegedly had a handgun while she was in the drive-thru, so they called 911. The report said a worker saw Hendricks insert a magazine into the handgun and rack the slide, and then hears clicking sounds associated with someone chambering around.
Cookie time.
The report... That's her catchphrase.
Yeah.
It's almost like Stallone.
Yeah. Cookie time.
Yeah. The report said Hendricks did point the firearm towards the drive-thru window. One worker said that he could see down the barrel of the firearm. Police said that Hendricks drove out of the drive-thru, parked, and walked to the door. A worker tried to lock her out, but
You ever
failed.
dance with the cookie in the pale moonlight?
Ends up making contact with one of the employees, got into a physical altercation. Thankfully, all the employees are okay. So she is arrested in that. Is that all I have time for?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
The Cookie Bandit?
All right, we'll end on the Cookie Bandit. We'll have some more stories for you tomorrow. I do have a lot of good ones left over. Speaking of leftover, I need to give away the rest of these because we have a movie screening tonight.
Yes.
It's for Cocaine Bear.
Awesome.
And this is at 7 o'clock at the PFS East. And if you would like to go see Cocaine Bear, by the way, it doesn't hit theaters until the 24th, so a couple days on this. We'll take 10 callers. I have another 10 to give away. 215-263-WMMR. Free movie on us. Let's set you up with that. 7 o'clock tonight at PFS East. Cocaine Bear. 10 callers now. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Lesson question, music news, trash. Those things are on the way.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Because he's here's the difference: horror, and they'll say horror comedy. I like my horror. You can have some comedy, and you provide the comedy. And
But you know what made it work though? Because Jordan wrote it real.
He wrote it real. Yes, you can tell.
All I was the audience that watched the movie,
and that's why it works. When they try to yuck it up, that's when they screw it up, because that would have undermined what is really a brilliant horror movie that works on multiple levels.
Yeah. And what was masterfully done was that the trailer thought you were getting into one thing and the movie got you into something else. And you're like, whoa. That's hard to pull off.
How much of your character of the... First off, do you ever have to go through TSA ever now?
so I'll tell you something funny about that. They show love when I showed them. Oh, man, we appreciate you, but you still got to take your shoes off. So I still get no real love. I still got to do everything. They still do it. Like, they take their job more seriously now, which is crazy. Like,
well, you give them a sense of pride. Was there any on-set ad-libbing because you seem so natural? Your simultaneous pride and condemnation of him for going in the first place.
So the funny thing about it is, I thought I was saying stuff that was scripted, and then we did a panel, and Jordan was like, nah, this is you just saying stuff.
Wow, that's great.
But he let me do that. He'll have, like, we'll do the takes where I do everything scripted, and I do a real take. And I'm like, all right.
Yeah, if anyone's going to appreciate comedic ability.
It's Jordan. Yeah, that's why he's a great director.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you, talking about being on the set and improving lines, and we have Adam McKay as a friend of the show, and he says he'll laugh when someone's riffing on set and doing the deal, and that actually encourages the actors. You as a performer, when you're doing something, do you like to hear response, or does it throw you off? Because technically, you're not supposed to be hearing someone laughing, but how does it work?
Well, that's the thing. It depends on what it is. Like, so for instance, like, it's not I'm trying to plug this, but I got a show on Fox this year called Rel, a sitcom.
Yes.
I like a live studio audience because I like to hear it right away. It's easy to write to that. I give you a perfect example of not that environment is doing Get Out. I kept trying to make Daniel, who played, I just wanted to make him laugh. Like, he had to be sad. So I'm like saying all this crazy. That's why when you see those outtakes of me doing it, it's me trying to make him laugh, trying to break him. So, like, they'll hear a cut, and we have to give him 2 minutes to just laugh.
Yeah.
Because he's so good. I'm like, I got to break this dude. But he was such a really good actor, man.
Guys, let's give it up for Lil Rel Howery.
Thank y'all for having me.
So I'm 4 episodes into Game of Thrones.
Excellent.
Oh.
Yes.
Is she naked yet in any of those episodes? Emilia Clarke?
Yes.
I forget how that proceeds early on in the series.
Well, she goes into a scalding hot bath, full frontal nudity.
Yeah.
I do like it.
And Khal Drogo plows that at one point.
Well, yes, he does plow that.
So, so you're saying the nakedness, though, drops dramatically after, like, 3rd or 4th season?
Yeah, it's still there, but yeah, it's still.
She comes back with a vengeance.
Yep.
She got just a wonderful beaver.
Reach, you're not far off, man.
Nice beaver.
She's not like one of these workout feeds where things kind of look splayed all the time.
Wow.
Just natural.
All right, so
Speaking of beaver, I got to show you guys something.
What? Where did you come from?
I know. I got. It's a picture.
Okay. Well, yes.
Later.
Oh, okay.
That's just the reminder.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Everyone,
jot that down.
Okay. Jot that down.
I'm writing it right down right now. Kathy
not my
has
beaver.
pic to show us.
The beaver pic.
I wasn't this excited when Adrian's men came on the show.
Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay, it's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But we don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation.
It was
ceremony.
college graduation,
and as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for.
And paid a lot for.
Paid a lot for. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie
Too legit to quit.
Wait, one more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff. Kirkhoff.
Oh my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff, forgive me. Julie Handjob, forgive me. Julie Handy, forgive me. Julie Blumpkin, forgive me. Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh. Wow.
You know what, though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerkoff all throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or friends.
Julie Jerkoff.
Yeah.
Or Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about
Julie Double. Oh my God! I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it. And
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had jerk off as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her
you know.
friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
And then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit and she loses the jerk off for a couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is an I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff.
Dude, she's getting her master's degree. It's a
Oh,
Master of
geez.
Science degree as she goes up and hears.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
Do you even hear
couldn't
it?
even hear.
You're so excited, and
Yeah.
your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. You know, jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie
Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The
I
woman
know,
reading the
I
names.
know.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the jerk-off way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh my God.
But and you know, there's countless names like that that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure
Absolutely.
there'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize anytime we have a caller named Julie,
we
will have to play.
Julie Jerkoff.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It actually it made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have? I mean, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie Jerkoff.
Thank you, Julie.
Our first Julie Jerkoff.
Our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. Following explosive fights on social media, Jersey Shore star Ronnie Margot Ortiz, he and his girlfriend apparently are done. He wrote on Instagram, on an Instagram story to Jen Harley.
Yeah, he's a real silver-tongued devil.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Note to self. Can't turn a natural-born hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
If you find them in the gutter, then leave them in the gutter.
Note to self.
Yeah. Ronnie later apologized, writing, I want to apologize.
I love you.
Earlier to my fans and especially to Tater Tot Kitty.
Really?
Tater Tot Kitty?
That's somebody's handle. I don't know if that's her handle or whatever, but I want to apologize to Tater Tot Kitty.
Dear Tater Tot Kitty, I'm so sorry for those terrible things I wrote.
I writ. He said, I acted out of my gut and not rationally.
I was not rational.
I should have never.
Apologies to you too, Ravioli Ramon.
He said, I should have never acted in such a manner, spelled M-A-N-O-R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, man.
It's where he lives. It's the name of the place. I should never have acted in such a manner. That's what he says. You pull up Preston, it says, I never should have acted in a manner.
And then he writes, my deepest apologizes.
Wait, seriously?
My deepest apologizes.
A-P-O-L-O-G-I-Z-E-S.
All right.
My deepest apologizes.
My deepest apologizes to Tater Kitty.
The pair welcomed a baby girl named Ariana Sky together less than a month ago.
It was wild to be there in the delivery room. I mean, the baby fell out of her butthole.
You remember a while back we had a couple of televangelists who were talking about how they needed a new jet.
Yes.
And they
to
were
spread the word.
Jesse Duplantis.
Yes.
Is his name.
The Duplantis of
Teleman, Soundgarden, Preston and Steve show on this Wednesday morning. Bizarre weather coming, man. I mean, even like over the weekend, we had a nice, comfy, like 60-degree day.
Yeah.
It's going to be 73 degrees tomorrow. That's going to feel like 80.
Yeah.
73 degrees is way up there for this time of year.
It's crazy.
However, Nick did point out that by next Thursday, forecast is calling for snow in the Poconos. In fact, they were supposed to get some snow last night. So it's still cold. I mean, the Cardboard Classic gang,
yeah,
we're doing it.
It's also the rebirth. It's 2.0. It's all sorts of other things going on. We're very excited for it.
Montage Mountain is where we are headed to, and all the information is available at WMMR.com. And in fact, you can just text the word cardboard if you want us to text you a link to everything. So feel free to do that. But we're hovering right on a week away from it. The day after tomorrow is 1 week away from Cardboard Classic 2023.
It's literally been years.
Yeah.
I mean, which boggles the mind.
Yep.
But I'm very excited.
Back at it again and hoping that you are going to be a part of it. All right. Today, we ask a lesson question and give away a prize that is a 4-pack of tickets for the Philly Home and Garden Show, which is taking place, this weekend at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks, Pennsylvania. The question that we are going to go this morning is which legendary singer recorded a song about vaginas that were whistling in the wind? 215-263 WMMR. All right. Which legendary singer come on, press, recorded a song about vaginas that were whistling in the wind?
Beautiful song.
215-263 WMMR. If you heard that and you know what, call now. We want to give you a prize, and we'll do the trash while you call.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see what we got this morning, Steve. What you throwing at us today?
Well, Bachelor alum Josh Murray says the new Bachelor spinoff about senior citizens called The Golden Bachelor will be the most popular version ever. Murray says you haven't seen anything until you've seen Blue Emu being used for a hand job.
Oh, wow.
Richard Gere recovering in Mexico, Kathy, after falling ill with pneumonia. Yes, on vacation. Gere says he's almost 100% and can't wait to get back to having explosive diarrhea from the water.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Lauren Sanchez opening up about her relationship with Jeff Bezos for the first time, describing how the two met. Sanchez says that Bezos introduced himself to her at a charity gala after watching her suck the treads off a snow tire. That's your Hollywood.
All right, thank you. Let's see if we can indeed find someone who knows the answer to this question. Which legendary singer recorded a song about vaginas that were whistling in the wind?
Beautiful.
We will go to John and see if he knows the answer. Hey, John, morning.
Morning, how are you?
Good, buddy. All right, so which famous singer had a song about vaginas whistling in the wind?
Bob Dylan?
It's a Dylan song. Yep. Hold on, John. Got yourself 4-pack of tickets for the Philly Home and Garden Show, and it's taking place this weekend, Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks, Pennsylvania. 3 days only to shop, compare, and save with local trusted experts. And you can buy tickets early and save at phillyhomeandgarden.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Oh, boy. All right, on Tuesday, Guns N' Roses announced an extensive world tour.
Whoa.
That includes 37 dates across the Middle East, Europe, and North America. The global trek is slated to kick off June 5th in Tel Aviv. And then they'll be in North America in August with shows scheduled in Boston, Chicago, Nashville, Toronto, St. Louis, Houston, San Diego, Phoenix, several cities, not Philadelphia. However, the closest they will be is in Hershey, Pennsylvania, and that will be on August 11th. They will also be in East Rutherford, New Jersey on the 15th of August. Ticket pre-sales are available now, and all general sales will start on Friday. So if you're longing to get to GNR, then you'll have to head out to Hershey for
We'll
that.
go to Israel, right? Is that where they are now?
Tel Aviv. You want to go to the opening
Yeah.
one? You can go to there. Yep,
Watch
absolutely.
them play Welcome to the Kibbutz.
Yep. Sir Paul McCartney and Sir Ringo Starr have reportedly recorded parts for the upcoming Rolling Stones album. Paul is said to have recorded bass parts in a studio in L.A. in recent weeks. And the album, which is produced by Andrew Watt, is said to be in the mixing phase. Late drummer Charlie Watts is set to feature on the band's next album. Ronnie Wood recently revealed, he said, we are recording the new album now, and we're going off to L.A. in a few weeks to carry it on and finish it off. Charlie is on some of the tracks, and drummer Steve Jordan as well.
Have any of the Beatles popped up on... I know they've written songs that the Stones have covered, but have the
very
Beatles...
good question. I do not know. I don't know that they've ever performed.
They've been friends forever.
Yeah. There, Brian Jones, was it Brian Jones? He's the one who died, right?
Yes, yeah.
He plays saxophone on a song that the Beatles did called You Know My Name, Look Up the Number. But that's the only cross recording that I know that took place, but I could be off on that. And obviously, yeah, John and Paul wrote I Want to Be Your Man, and essentially gave it to the Stones and said, here, you can have this. And they had a hit with it. After his hilarious Super Bowl commercial for Workday, Ozzy Osbourne is taking on another one, this time for PlayStation VR 2. In the ad, you see him wearing the virtual reality goggles and commenting on dinosaurs that he's watching. And at one point, he says, I'm very technical these days. And much of it is bleeped because that's the ongoing joke.
Yeah.
Sharon walks into the living room at the end and throws a toy bat at him. Ozzy posted a clip on his social media pages, by the way.
The reviews on this newest version of the VR are sensational. They said right now there's not a lot of games for it, and it's not retro fitted, so you can't take VR games from the other system and port them over, but it's very cool.
Ozzy likes it.
He loves it.
Amy Lee recently joined Bush on stage in Nashville. The Evanescence singer accompanied the band on Monday for the song 1,000 Years. Gavin Rossdale shared a few photos to Instagram on Tuesday, and he included the following message saying, well, that was a blast. What a magical night. Thank you, Amy Lee. You elevated us to new galaxies. What a thrill. Lee added on her own Instagram, she said, I was deeply inspired by their music as I was dreaming of forming my own band. If 13-year-old me saw a glimpse of last night, she would absolutely have died. So that was cool they got together and did that. And then finally, how will Def Leppard and Motley Crue solve disagreements on the road? Well, the two bands shared recently a video on YouTube showing that they'll decide who gets top billing on their airplane by flipping a coin. Def Leppard singer Joe Elliott can be heard saying in the clip, we rented a plane together, and it's effing massive, and we're going to dress it. And the thing is, what name goes first, Motley or Leppard? So they flipped a coin. Ultimately, Def Leppard won, and so they're going to be first, written on the side of the plane. So
excellent.
Def Leppard and then Motley Crue. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in music news for you right now. We have a secret text word. Been mentioning that this morning. So, Kathy, we need a caller right now.
7.
All right, seventh caller, 215-263-WMMR. You get to let us know what the secret text word is, and if you do so, you win a prize. We'll get a random text or two. We'll return with that winner in a bit. Stay with us. Back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
$54 million, quote, so we can go anywhere in the world in one stop.
If you're watching the video, he's dressed as I imagine Willy Wonka would dress when he retires.
By the way, so well, I'm waiting for Marissa to get the full audio over, but Duplantis' solicitation comes 4 months after another televangelist, the Newark, Texas-based Kenneth Copeland, announced that he had just bought a new Gulfstream 5 jet.
Oh, someone got a little jealous.
I think that's what it is, Steve. I think that's what it is.
Wait a second. What did that son of a bitch just get?
Yeah.
Well, this will not fly in the eyes of the Lord.
I think it's keeping up with the Joneses. The aircraft.
Listen, you insufferable prick, I saw what you just bought, and I'm going to get an even bigger jet. Hallelujah.
The aircraft, when first sold in 1998, carried a $36 million price tag. That's what this other guy
$54 million. You need to understand. You just cannot. You're waiting in line, and you're going through TSA, checking. You're taking your shoes off. That's time wasted from spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, my.
And then you got the crying kids kicking the back of the seat. I cannot put together a proper homily on a flight with the riffraff, the human filth that populates these various aircraft while I'm trying to get out there and minister to the human filth. That
we got part
funds
one
my
over.
lust for high-end aircraft.
All right, here we go. This is the audio of him pitching this. He made a video of this.
Yeah.
so.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jesse the Planners. Thank you for tuning in to This Week with Jesse. We're going to be talking about aircraft. You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ. Now,
Listen to how many times he incorporates the Lord and Jesus Christ into this.
now, some people believe that preachers shouldn't have jets. I really believe that preachers ought to have and go on every available voice, every available outlet to get this gospel preached to the world. Now, I talk about this in a lot of my messages, and I want you to see this if we can, Caleb. Get it back. This is the very first plane that I purchased for the Lord back in December.
The Lord asked me, he said, I need you to purchase the modest aircraft. One engine ought to do it with a decent range, something that's comfortable with a couple of seats and a bed. That's what I need you to purchase. I said, Lord, should we not use this money to feed the poor? He says, we'll get to that.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994. And I said where I began. And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004, where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years. I purchased it in January 2006, where I am. Now, I want you to get a shot of this one, Caleb. Now, this is the Star Trek.
It's going to crack you up, because this one is just insanely expensive. And the amount of people who could have benefited greatly from the money wasted on this is just off the charts crazy.
And they're showing pictures of him with the camera as they go by.
Now, this is the Star Trek Enterprise. This is where I'm going. Praise God, but I believe
It's got a transporter and everything. In fact, my next purchase is going to be a spacecraft.
Praise God, but I believe in God for. Let me just say.
Wait, this is what I believe in God for?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
I think he says, praise God, but I believe in gospel.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm going.
There.
Praise God, but I believe in God for.
Yeah.
Let me just say
This is what I believe in God for, so I can fly this way around the world.
Believe in God for a brand new Falcon 7X so we can go anywhere in the world one stop. Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop.
Oh, that's it. That's the dilemma.
Wait a second. You mean you're going to have to stop?
There's the kicker.
I'm backing that up. Hang on.
Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop. And you see, if I can do it with one stop, I can fly it for a lot cheaper because I have my own fuel farm. And that's what's up.
You just said, by the way, on this $54 million jet that it has a 5,000-mile range.
Yeah.
That's not flying around the world with one stop.
It's just,
this is the way to travel. And I know you have issues at home where you can't feed your children. You know, it's hard to cover your bills. But if you ever do get the chance to fly on an aircraft like this, it will open your eyes and make you ask yourself, dear Lord, why don't I have a jet of my own?
oh my God. It's the audacity.
Yeah.
The absolute robbing of human beings preying on their faith.
There I was in Zone 3 waiting to load onto the aircraft.
Zone 3.
And I said, dear Jesus, I am surrounded by a sea of human filth that is keeping me from spreading the Lord's word. What can you do for me? Can you hook me up in a $56 million plane? Will get it done nicely. And I can fly in one stop. And it's also economical. Is it very economical? Yes, Lord, it's very economical. You know, they got down there down in the Cabo San Lucas, they got these young ladies that need to hear the word of the Lord.
I need to.
Oh my God!
I need to see this guy in.
Down there, Casey. Let me tell you something. The girls have literally gone wild, and they need the word of the Lord Jesus Christ to tell them that if the tops are coming off, if the tops and pantaloons are coming off, make sure that at some point the Bible opens up.
This is Cabo. Girls Gone Wild
Girls
in Cabo.
Gone Wild in Cabo.
You've seen video.
I have seen video, and I'm distressed. I could get there in one flight. I mean, you just want to punch this guy in the face.
Absolutely.
Oh, you might.
I don't know. I kind of want to join him on his jet.
I wouldn't
This
mind riding
is
along.
my new friend, Kathy Romano, and I believe the word the Lord would use is bodacious.
Yeah.
We're praying together.
Yeah.
I put dildos in my mouth.
And that's how.
That is not very
That's
religious.
akin to saying "open sesame." When this fine young, and she's a broadcaster, I want you to know, so she spreads the word herself. But when she said she put dildos in her mouth, I got to tell you that jet door opened right.
I put dildos in my mouth.
So I thought this one would be a nice, light conversation. Anne Frank.
Yes.
No, but actually, this is actually a little bit of light information about Anne Frank that was recently discovered.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Researchers using digital technology deciphered the writing on 2 pages of Anne Frank's diary that she had pasted over with brown masking paper, and they discovered 4 dirty jokes and a candid explanation of sex, contraception, and prostitution.
Wasn't it Bert Kreischer who got Anne Frank confused with Helen Keller?
Yes.
That's
And actually,
right.
there's an on-running joke about that on a website I go to a lot, which is fark.com. And it's not only Anne Frank and Helen Keller, but they've also thrown in, oh my God, the pilot.
You're talking about
Amelia Earhart as well.
Sully Erna.
So they always, is Sully Erna.
No, Sully.
I thought you said Sully Erna. I'm like, no, I don't think he's a pilot.
I don't know why I immediately thought, when you said pilot, we're clearly talking about women.
I mean, he did land that. It's a good movie.
I don't know why Sully has not brought up the fact that he hid in a
in Amsterdam
during World War II, because that's an even more courageous
And
story.
what blows me away is the dude was blind and deaf and able to land that plane.
It's amazing.
Well, I mean, he landed it in a river.
Well, I
but,
guess
you know.
he doesn't want to puff himself up too much.
All right, so anyhow, let me find something else. I can't wear the earbuds. I have small ear holes.
You can't wear the earbuds?
Yeah, they fall out.
Ooh, your ear holes are so tight.
Tight ear holes.
Oh, man.
You can get,
That's awful.
Can you fit that in there?
I'm going to work with it. Wait. Yeah.
Wait, ow. No, you're too big. Stop.
You're stretching it
Stop.
out. Your plot is too big.
You're going to tear a hole.
Oh, my God, I'm going to bleed.
Ear lube. I need some ear lube.
Well, what you
I
can
just
get.
gave you an ear pie.
I actually bought these things that were like $2
Oh my
on
God,
Amazon.
I just got that. I'm sorry.
Wait, just got what?
Ear pie.
You ever heard the term cream pie before? Never mind. Go ahead.
I bought these things for like $2 off of Amazon that go around your earbuds, so you can
A C-ring.
Basically, yeah, no, and then so you can wrap regular earbuds.
Yes.
You know,
Over the ear.
over your ear.
Yeah,
You're fine.
they're good. You know, honestly,
Listen, I want to be able to wear earbuds.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Well,
You know,
maybe you should
Preston-
let
so Preston-
Steve stretch them out for you.
yeah, I'll stretch them out because I can really, unpack it.
If you're just tuning in here at One Bala Plaza, the studios of WMMR, as well as our sister stations, they're doing some remodeling, and they're going to wrap up for the day. And kind of like a Monday for us. We had a couple of extra days off, but very much Friday vibe.
Sure, yeah.
Lots of activity today, and we're not even done yet because we still need to give away our secret text word prize, and we were looking for the 7th caller. So why don't we go do that now? See if we can get a winner. I'm going to go to Dave, who's on the line.
3 testicles.
I have 3 testicles.
Thank you, Dave, for sharing. We appreciate it. Do me a favor
right,
and
anytime.
tell me what the secret text word is, please, sir.
I think it's dingy.
Dingy. That is correct. Hang on just a second, buddy. We are going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets for the Discover Boating Atlantic City Boat Show.
Yeah.
It's in partnership with Progressive Insurance, March 1st through the 5th at the Atlantic City Convention Center. And it is the Mid-Atlantic's biggest boat sale with hundreds of boats and exhibitors under one roof. And you can visit acboatshow.com for tickets and information. And then we grabbed a random texter, and that winner is Gavin Essner of Williamstown, New Jersey. So Gavin's going to get to the boat show. I've never been to a boat show.
We used to go all the time.
Did you really?
Yeah, and they're fun. It's like I would love an RV show too. You know, anything that's state of the art or what they have. You know, and you dream a little bit.
Steve, I went to this one in Atlantic City a few years ago, and you're walking around, and there are those $2 million, $3 million yachts. You know, and you're like, oh, so this is what I like to be filthy rich.
Yeah.
You know what's cool about them too is that if you get tired, you just go into one and just sit. You know,
Just hang out for a while.
Hang out. Yeah.
Lay down. Get in the cabin cruiser.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they got them all in there.
Nice. I would like to thank our guests. We had Todd Glass.
Yay!
Todd stopped by this morning. He's playing Helium Comedy Club tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday. Well, tomorrow and Saturday, and then tomorrow's Thursday. I'm sorry, he's doing tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and then on Sunday I thought he was somewhere else besides Helium.
No, he's at Helium on Sunday as well, and then maybe he's going somewhere.
He was somewhere.
New Hope.
Yes, New Hope.
That's next week. Yeah.
Oh, is that next week? Okay. We had a nice moment with him.
It was great.
His mom passed recently, and Todd was very thankful for those who have reached out to him. So thank you for that. And the very lovely Katie Sackhoff.
Yes.
Season 3, The Mandalorian, is on Wednesday, March 1st, Disney Plus, and she was a treat to speak to. Pierre Robert is here, our own treat at WMMR.
God bless you, lad.
Nice to see you, sir.
Nice to see you. So yesterday was a best of, and the segment they used, I had not. The great thing about best ofs is you alternate them, so they don't appear at the same time zone when people may have heard them originally. Some folks can only listen at certain times of the day, or the morning, or the afternoon, or the evening, and. Your discussion was about alternates to swear words,
right.
And it was great because one of the words you said is "oh fudge," instead of the other F word. And as a person that curses a great deal in everyday life, just kind of like Dave Grohl does, it's what an effing great day, you know. I mean, the F word and the S word is in every single thing that guy says. But it was a great discussion, and listeners were calling in. And I had not heard it before, so I enjoyed it. Cool. And then you went into the commercials, and there was a commercial that Nick does for Meineke. And there's a thing, if you're tired of filling up your swear jar.
Oh, right.
And I just found it, and there's, because something happens in your car and you curse, and so is that a swear jar? Is that?
Yes, yeah. So if you're cursing too much and you need brake replacement, Meineke can help you out with that. And obviously, we plan those.
Yes,
the commercial.
I knew it was synchronized. Of course, it wasn't, but it was a magical little synchronicity that you were discussing swearing, and then there was a brief commercial message that also referenced swearing.
Love that.
I enjoyed
Worked
that.
out like that.
Small detail, but I liked it.
Excellent. Well, we are happy to have entertained.
You always do.
Thank you, sir. All right, so we have a new prize, so we need a new word, 3 letters this time around. You ready?
Ta-ta.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
A is in apple.
All right. A good way to start. We have an A, and we're going to get 2 more, and we'll give away. And then I have a lot of letters to say here. We have the LG 65-inch UQ7F5 series LED 4K UHD smart TV.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Nice.
Say that again.
It is the LG 65-inch UQ75 series LED 4K UHD smart TV.
Oh, you did.
I did it. And it's a Lego Mandalorian helmet comes along with it, and a Mandalorian Season 3 poster. The Mandalorian Season 3 streaming March 1st, only on Disney Plus, by the way. What's up on the program today, sir?
Well, we continue the Grand Slam for Bruce. I got a song at 2 p.m. to play. I've got Jerry Cantrell tickets to give away. He'll be at the Parks Excite Center mid-March. And Workforce Blocks of Sublime. Bradley's birthday would be today, where he's still with us. Pretty Reckless and The Great Talking Heads, all in store.
Wonderful. Thank you, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsors, too. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band at Citizens Bank Park, August 16th and 18th. Tickets on sale 10 a.m. Tuesday at phillies.com/Springsteen. Tomorrow on our program, we have an in-studio visitor. The home show is coming up, and our good friend builder, carpenter, all around awesome guy, Jeff Devlin.
Oh,
gonna
Jeff is
stop by.
great.
So
Yeah.
we'll spend some time with him, and we'll see what else we can get into. That's it. We're done. So rage on. Have yourself a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.